it stops, no one knows. We're going headed into the unknown. Na, 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 na.
Well, hello, everybody. Happy Wednesday. Welcome back to Criminality, or welcome to Criminality if this is your first time here. So thank you guys for being here. I was hoping to do this. I think I actually told you guys yesterday when I was finishing my live on Delphi that I would be doing Karen Reed during the day today. In my mind, thinking that we didn't have court today like last week, but then that ended up not being the case anyway. So then we were in court today, or no, I wasn't in court. I don't know why I said it like that, but that we did have court today in Karen Reed's case. Even though it was definitely different today than it has been for the last week and a half, but we're going to go through all of it. Sleuthy Goosey is going to be joining pretty soon. So whenever she pops up, we'll put her on screen. We have all the info. If you followed the case and you followed the trial and you just, want to hang out and talk and go through all the craziness that happened specifically Monday, thank you guys for being here. And then if you are new to the case, I highly suggest that you watch the other two, but you're still welcome to stay for this one. But the other two lives, the one that just tells you the entire recap on the case and the one that fills you in on what happened in last week's, at the trial last week with all the witnesses. So we have, today we'll have day 5, 6, and 7. Tomorrow is a half day, and then we'll have Friday again. So I will do something over the weekend to recap Thursday, Friday. This one is a lot, though. Shit, we did, what, almost 7 hours on Sunday to do 1 week because I was sick last week. This would have been Monday and Tuesday. I mean, it was off the hook. Today, not so much. But I was almost like pumped after the trial. Like I was like, okay, like full of adrenaline. Today I was like, kind of need a nap. I'm tired now. So let me say hi to you guys, and then we'll get started, and Sleuthy will show up whenever, Sleuthy shows up with her cape on. So hi, Jenny. Hi, Susan. What's up? Hello, Spring. Hi, Patty. Susan, would that be put off trial even further? This seems like the state is playing a game. I should probably read the opposite direction because this is how I end up not knowing what the hell people are talking about. Nancy, yes, half day tomorrow. Hi, the Rockaways. I hope you're right about goal. I'll switch to Karen Reed mode now. I will make a comment on Delphi before I get too far in. Hi, Tracy. What's up, Spicy? Hi, Cleveland Rocks. What's up, Shaz? Hi, Ange. Snappy Dragon. What's up, Vixie? Vixie Blaze. Miku's headphones. Bonnie. Hi, Bonnie. All right, I'm going to go back down here. Let's go down to the bottom. 1960. What's up? Hey, Ramblin'. Hi, Christine. Hello, Spring. I just want to be like, hello, Spring. Hello. Are you gonna change, or do you change it based on the season, or does spring go with your name? Like, is it like hello, summer, like when we get to summer, or like hello, winter when we get to winter? Hey, Susie Keo, still watching Bob and Jay's afternoon coverage of Reed. We'll check in soon. Don't call me. Susie Keo. Yo. Yeah. Finish it off. It shouldn't. It's not a ton, so you should be okay. What's up? What's up, Nancy and other Nancy? Look at the Nancys are taking over the chat tonight. Sorry, that was about Delphi hoping for new judge, but worried it'll still push trial back again. Okay, so that's why I said I'll touch on Delphi really quick, just because, and I did my stream on Delphi yesterday when it came to the hearing. I don't know. So there was some filings that came out today. The big filing that I was hoping for to drop today did not, but I do know the court is closed today. They're closed on Wednesdays. So he wouldn't have been able to e-file it and have it sent out today. So I'm wondering if that's why, because like Nick's motion was on there. The order from Goal regarding Jennifer Auger was on there. But if you recall, when they went to the hearing yesterday morning, they had both submitted those either the day before or last week. So I'm thinking that we won't see Baldwin's. Maybe tomorrow we'll see it, but I don't know. But either way, we'll go live on Delphi tomorrow and talk about all the filings that came today, and hopefully we'll have Baldwin's motion to disqualify Judge Goal. My opinion as of right now, just kind of seeing the way that things are going, we do have Nick's motion that he put in where he's talking about, this is going to get really wonky, you guys that follow Delphi. It's going to get real bad. So there is a psychologist at the Westville prison who apparently has talked to Nick or reported something to Nick. I don't know exactly the details yet. He put the exhibits under seal, but he names her in the motion. Well, immediately, as soon as that drops this morning, everybody finds out that she's been hanging out in Facebook groups for over 3 years. Delphi Facebook groups. So it's just going to be a whole nother thing. So that's why I said, but we'll do a live tomorrow on Delphi. We'll go over anything from today, Delphi. We'll go over everything from tomorrow, Delphi. But today we're gonna finish off. We're gonna go back to read. We're gonna cover day 5, 6, and 7. And hi, Jay. Thank you for being here. Thank you for streaming it. I had so much fun over on your channel today. I typically am watching and taking notes, so I don't always type in the chat, but I am always watching. So I know it's kind of like the creeper status. And then in the morning, because it starts like while I'm getting everybody ready to go to school, and then I'm driving, I'm normally behind, so I have to go like on 1.5 speed to like catch up, and then I start talking when I'm finally caught up. Yeah, typical Delphi shit. Who's hanging out in the Delphi groups? The psychologist. The psychologist that Nick named in his filing today. Can we skip today? It was ridiculous. Well, I think we're going to spend so much of the time going over read is going to be mostly, I believe, probably Monday, Tuesday, because that's where the meat of it is. And do I have any wrenches in here by chance? All right, do I have any wrenches? Give me 1 second. The dog's scratching at the door. Hi, Travis. Anything earth-shattering today? I mean, no. I think that'll make me skip ahead. Oh, hi, Rambling. Rambling, can you grab Shaming of Jay's YouTube link and put it in here, and Defense Diaries YouTube link and put it in here, because they're alternating every day with Karen Reed's trial. Would you mind grabbing those for me? Oh, the dog. He's still scratching at the door. I undid my camera, but not my mute. So, Travis, the biggest thing I'll tell you about my takeaway from today is that if you live in Massachusetts and your buddies call you and call you a pussy for not coming out to drink with them, that you just automatically go drink with them, because you can't let that happen. That was number one. Number two was that we do see on camera, on the surveillance at the Waterfall Bar and Grill, we do see John O'Keefe leaving with a cocktail glass. So you got to ask, and everybody gets to talk about the weather. Everybody talked about the weather. He called me a pussy, so I had to go get a drink. Yeah, that's the two things that I learned today that happened in the case. The two most important things. And then I also learned that tomorrow is going to be very, very interesting. It's only a half a day, so I think that Caitlin Albert's going to take the stand tomorrow, and I think she'll take most of the day. between her and sidebars about what they're going to do to her, to do with her, I think it'll take most of the day because it's only a half day. Oh, the score of the junior varsity game. Well, I thought it was the varsity game, Jay. They lost. Yeah. So that couple that went out for drinks, their daughter lost that night. Yeah. There were 2 games, but the wife only went to 1. I don't think I put that in my notes. That's the hymning of Jay. It's kind of a funny typo. Does the Commonwealth think the McAlberts do not own any drinkware? I don't even drink and I have glasses. Right. But did it snow? That's ultimately probably the biggest question, is how many inches of snow was there? Did Lolly bring it up or did we all just notice it? Lolly did not bring it up. And I'm wondering why he did not bring it up. There was just a couple weird things that I'm skipping ahead to today, but we're gonna backtrack because we got to go back to Monday so we kind of stay in order. Otherwise, my flow is all off. But I will say this: he showed the bartender a bunch of receipts, and then didn't actually show them. He just got them like to her, but he doesn't actually show them to like us. So I thought that was weird. Aren't they trying to show us how many drinks Karen had? And then we see them on surveillance and we see him pick up his glass, take a drink, and then walk out. But he doesn't bring it up. And I was like, isn't that another like huge piece? So I don't know if there's something something was already determined where they weren't allowed to say certain things. Because one thing about this trial is that every discussion, now that there is a jury, if the jury is in the courtroom, every discussion or controversy or argument, like like a legal argument, has to be done in a sidebar. She doesn't want the jury to see anything like that. She doesn't want them confused. Let me scroll down. No, you're good. I appreciate you. Thank you, Ramblin'. OT, come on. We know everyone, who they married, how long, how many ages of kids, sex of kids, what sports they're. That was kind of weird. That's kind of weird. I mean, I'm talking like, okay, he's going to lay some foundation. And I was like, what? Yeah, but the only reason we found that out was from the defense team. So I thought that was kind of odd. Jen also left with a glass. Okay, thanks, son. That would be great. I want to put them on the scooty. Okay, let me see. Okay, let me see. I'm just checking chat real quick, and then I'm going to pull this up, and then I don't know where Sleuthie is. Let me see if she's messaged me yet. She said finishing up, and she will be here as soon as she can. So we're going to start with Monday morning, and let me bring up my screen. I had to switch some things up on this presentation, on these graphics, because there was so much info. There was so much happening on Monday with the law enforcement officers. So this is Canton Police Lieutenant Paul Gallagher. He was extremely snarky. So if you haven't watched any testimony this week and you're here for like just the recap of things, I highly suggest going back and watching his cross-examination. But I'm not going to play that. I'm not going to play the whole thing, but you can just tell by his face. He's just like, he was so mad. He was just so, but we'll go through his notes. Let me turn my camera off so it helps with my internet. Nice tie-dye, if correct, not nomenclature, almost as calming as palm trees. Oh, you like that? You like the tie-dye? I love tie-dye. And I love pink, purple, anything, so. Yeah, he was so mad. Yannetti came out swinging. Okay, so let's go over that. We'll start with. I know, so bad. So we'll start with Lieutenant Gallagher here. So if we go through the morning of who arrived at the crime scene, he would have been at the crime scene right after Lank, Good, Mulaney, and Seraph. So he's one of the last law enforcement officers to arrive at the scene. He's been a law enforcement officer for a little over 30 years. The morning of 129, Sergeant Good had called him to let him know that there was a Lieutenant Leaf Blower Solo Cup. That Sergeant Good had called him to let him know that he was going to be responding to the scene where a Boston police officer, John O'Keefe, was found in the snow. So like I said, he is one of the last law enforcement officers to arrive, but he would end up being the highest ranking officer on the scene. So he responded to Meadows Avenue first, which is actually John O'Keefe's home address, which I thought was quite interesting too. And then he realizes no, so he calls dispatch and they say, no, it's supposed to be 32 Fairview. So still wrong address coming out of Canton PD. So he stops at the police department to pick up some winter clothing because he's in his own vehicle and he hasn't gone to work yet for the day, and he doesn't have any like warm clothing apparently of his own to go there with. So he stops there to pick up clothing. Make Jay a mod, he will help. I'm just like throwing Jay out there, and Jay's like, oh shit, I don't want to be a mod, then I gotta pay attention to shit. No, there's a couple more coming in. I think we'll be good. But thank you, Bonnie. Of course, LOL, thank you. Yeah, stops at the station to get some warm winter clothes. So he arrives at the scene a little bit after 7 a.m. And like I already told you guys that Lank, Good, Mulaney, Seraph were on scene and advised him of what was happening with John and Karen at the hospital. Neither one are at the scene, or John is already gone, I should say. Karen, that's a different story, but we'll get there. At least 4 inches of snow on the ground, because we know that's important. Everybody has to be talking about the weather. And this is a typo. So I put the CPAP crime convention. It's the CPAC, crime prevention and patrol, I think. Or is it the CPAP? Maybe the other one's a typo. One of them I have a typo on. I need to go back and fix it. But it's essentially it's crime prevention and patrol. So state police had told him that they were not going to be responding to the scene because John was not dead, because they were actively still working on trying to save him. Later on, we'll kind of find out that he leaves a message with dispatch. They call him back. Proctor ends up calling him back, and Proctor, who's the lead investigator from the state police, not yet, calls him back and says, no, we're not going to be responding. This is where I think a lot of things go wrong. And this is where I'll throw some opinion in here, is I think that you have this Canton Police Department who doesn't deal with crime scenes. It's the way that like Massachusetts has it set up, it's different. And so Canton PD they're dealing with, let's see, the case they talk about when it comes to one of the Albert brothers is a hit and run where he follows the transmission fluid from the scene back to a house. That's like the extent of they don't know what they're doing. They're not equipped to be doing it. And we learn that throughout each one of their testimonies where they're talking about what they do not actually have at their station. They're like, well, couldn't you just gone back to the station? It's like right down the street. And they're like, well, no, I couldn't have done that because we don't even have that there. They don't have they don't have the training to be processing any type of crime scene like this. So that's my first big point, is that you have this group of police officers who are like, we think we did a really good job coming up with these, side things of what we're going to do with evidence. Just make it up. We just, made it up as we went, and we were pretty proud of ourselves. The other thing that I think is that because there was some confusion on whether John was technically alive, which I think it's also weird. I can't wait for some of the doctors to come in, because this has been a point of contention for me personally on the whole, if you guys have listened to any of my Karen Reed stuff, I constantly say, like, I was always taught that you're not dead until you're warm and dead. So I think it creates some confusion between their state protocols on who should be coming out there and processing this crime scene. And that becomes problematic, because it's like the state police aren't going to come and do evidence collection unless the person's dead. Like, I don't really understand that. They have like, no, and they keep going back like, no, that's just our protocol. That's our protocol. But I'm like, why? Just because it is doesn't make it right. Like, somebody should probably fix that, or train your guys on how to actually collect evidence. Just a thought. Yeah, well, case in point, red Solo cups and groceries. But as they're testifying, they're actually pretty proud of it. They're like, so you just thought it would be a good idea to bring a leaf blower out, and they're like, yeah, that was a really good idea we had there. It's like, oh gosh, no, it's not. I mean, ugh. All right, so it says it was very windy, and the officers were told to move their cruisers and put crime scene tape up. He wanted them to move the cruisers so he could take photos of the scene. But since it was so windy, this crime scene tape, which gets talked about like 15 times in the next, 24 hours in this trial, he's the one who uses the leaf blower that Sergeant Good had gone home to get. So he's the one using the leaf blower to move the snow. And he's like, yeah, it's doing a pretty good job. Like, you can see it. He takes the photos of the area, the distant photos, so that this is why he had them move their cars. He and Lank are the ones that exposed the. Oh, I wanted to have this up for you guys so you could see what I was talking about. Let me pull it up. This berm is what they call it. And before this photo had been out before the trial, and everybody was like, "What is this?" Some were like, it's the grass that was underneath him. Others are like, no, that's not the grass. It's could be potentially a blood pool. Well, we find out it's actually just the curb, essentially, is what it is. They call it like a berm, and they clear it with their feet. So they're using their feet that are not protected in any which way. If there is any crime scene, or if there is any evidence there, they're just using their feet to just kick snow around. That seems to be probably the third complication, is this amount of snow, which is why I think they keep talking about it over and over and over again, because they could not handle doing anything in the snow. Oh, Sleuthie's here. What's up, Sleuthy Goosey?
So I was looking some shit up, and I was and I was adding stuff to the timeline. Oh my goodness, that's really what I was doing. I
That's fucking
couldn't
fun.
miss. Yeah, I couldn't miss this conversation. So,
No.
I don't know where you were, because I knew I would get distracted if I was watching you while I was trying to do this, and it's so
Right now, I'm
funny.
just talking about we're at Gallagher because he's the first one on the stand on Monday, and we're right at the point where he's talking about that him and Lank are the ones that exposed the street berm by removing the snow with their feet.
Mm-hmm.
So I was just showing that picture really quick. That's where
So
we were at.
remember when we literally just had this conversation a few days ago, when I said, and you had the picture pulled up just a minute ago, and I was like, that is not like, it was, people have been saying that was where John was found. Like,
Right.
now it all makes sense, because he kind of confirmed what all we were saying the other day when my mom was here, whenever that was.
Sunday.
And yeah, oh, so like 3 or 4 days ago now. But he confirmed all of that by saying, so that picture that you had up where you actually could see grass, that was the berm. It wasn't even where
This
John
one.
was, really. Yeah.
No, I
And
pulled it up again. Yeah, we thought so many people thought that this was like a grassy area, and like the perception of it is kind of different.
yeah, because Lally said that, and I'm still waiting for this to, I guess, come. I mean, I'm sure it'll probably come up in closing, that he said in his opening that there was grass under John. That's like part of the whole reason that they're going to
Right.
try to say that Karen hit him before it started to snow. There's no blades of grass below John.
Nope. Like, this whole thing about the snow is, I think, gonna backfire, because that was his whole thing, is that you're gonna see grass.
Yep.
Well, his officers with the leaf blower are testifying that they're the ones who take it down to the grass.
Mm-hmm.
So Alley Cat asked a question real quick, so I just want to answer this. How would anyone process the scene? You live in Michigan, and that it's horrible circumstances. Solo cups, no way. Leaf blower was great. Well, there's a few different issues with the leaf blower, in my opinion. So the whole thing is supposedly videotaped, but we have no I don't know what's the word I'm looking for. Measure, like, size. We have no size comparison. Their video, like it's like I take a picture of my ground. You have no idea how far away I was or how big of a picture I took. You have no measurements. You have no evidence markers. You have no concept of how anything is being spread because of the way that the camera is being held further away. And now they split up the recordings into multiple scale. Thank you. God, I could not think of that damn word. I hate when they just go away like that. But there was no. So I think there's certain things, like if that was what a crime scene person who processes crime scenes in the snow chose to use, I think they would take a different level of precautions to prepare the scene and photograph it and show different things and photograph it throughout the entire time. My opinion, I'm not a crime scene person. We could ask True Crime Web, or we could get somebody from Snow Times.
Yeah, like, so I get that. I get where people are saying that it seems like a good idea because it did like blow this because the snow was still soft and blah blah blah. But like, think about how they find evidence in like dirt or sand, right? So let's say we have like even Gallagher said, like he had no idea how tall John was. Okay. So how do you know with this leaf blower how big of an area you need to do to look for evidence if you don't know how large the person was that was laying there? You know what I mean?
Right.
Or even a specific exact location of where he was because there were no pictures. So let's say you set up like a 10-foot by 10-foot perimeter, right? And then chop those into square foot sections and then go through like by hand, like with gloved hands or sifts or whatever, each square foot inside that 10 by 10 section so that when you do find a piece of evidence, you can take a photo of it. It can be, you can have the scale, you can mark where you found it, you can take pictures of it, then move on to the next square foot. You see what I mean? Like,
Right.
it's not like there was a huge rush. Like there was no other murders happening. They could have taken that time to do that, especially when you consider the fact
Right.
that, I don't know if they just, well, I would say I don't know if they just bounced as soon as they figured out that they might have a conflict of interest, but
They didn't though. They didn't
because they
though, and
kept
that's
doing
another, they
shit.
go back and talk about this conflict of interest.
Exactly.
Yet and then he says, "Well, we're not going to do any investigative interviews." Yet he goes back and does an investigative interview.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So I don't know. So let me answer Kitty Cat right here. So they said they needed containers, and red Solo cups are available. So I don't see anything wrong, as they were preserved in a bag. So I'll tell you a few things that are wrong with it, and because I'm not a practicing crime scene technician specifically in the snow, I did study forensics. I actually am I'm certified in forensics with my degree. But side point, I never did it in the snow. We never practiced. There was no practicum in snow. So take that for what you want. But the red Solo cups, number one, are not sterile. There's no chain of custody on them. So if anything does come out with somebody who had touched them either in manufacturing or somebody who from the house that they were gotten from, and somebody's hand was in there and touches the one right below it.
Yeah.
Those are problematic just to begin with. They can't be sealed, so they could spill inside of the bag. Another problem is anything to do with body fluids do not go in plastic.
They go in paper.
So that's another part of it. Then the next part goes, they take these red Solo cups that are not sealed and have the ability to spill or have any other contaminant put in with it. They put them in what he ends up saying he thinks is a evidence bag because it's a brown paper bag, but we find out that it's not. It's actually a grocery store bag, which means now we have even more issues because we have cross-contamination with anybody who's touched the bag and anybody who's, anything that's been in the bag, because it's now the containers are open. So that's two. And the next part is, even though he thinks it's an evidence bag, he doesn't actually seal it. So he takes it in his car unsealed, which is a problem because now we have cross-contamination or anything that could have been from the car that's put in there, takes it to the police department and puts it into temporary evidence, never seals it, and then tells the court and the jury all police officers, even though they joke around that there's only like 45 of them, all police officers use a key card that has access to the evidence room. And because there's no evidence tape, there's no reason for anybody to be logging when they're accessing or touching any of that evidence.
I don't even think.
Well,
I'm
I got
trying to.
one more. The next problem is when they're handing this bag over, they take it out to the Sally port, and the Sally port has multiple vehicles in it, multiple other things in it that would also create cross-contamination. Instead of having it in any type of lab or anything like that, they're now taking pictures of it there. I will tell you, you won't see that evidence. You'll not see this blood tested. I guarantee it. There's not going to be any results from this stuff. And if there is, it's going to be garbage because it'll be so convoluted that it'll never work. They're only using it right now to show you what a shitty job they did. So that's my opinion on anything to do with why that was wrong. I hope that was enough reasons.
That was a lot of reasons for something that's not a problem. A lot of problems with something that's not a problem.
That's
But
not a
I was,
problem. Yeah.
I was sitting here trying to picture the bag in my head, because it didn't. I don't even remember it looking like it was even like folded, like where you fold it several times. Like it doesn't look like there was any attempt to close it at all. Um, Never mind. Then on top, I mean, it would still not be good enough because anybody could get to it. But at least that. You know what I mean? At least folded several times so that like outside pollutants can't get into. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but how we don't even know how many people touched it now after the fact because it was there from
Yeah.
the 29th until the second, I believe they said, first or second.
Yeah, and my problem with that is I've always questioned, like, okay, so we're collecting blood. Why are we collecting blood? Like, what is it? And he kind of, as he goes on, he kind of answers that. But I'm thinking, like, why are we collecting blood next to a person who's bleeding versus just assuming that that's their blood there in the snow, right?
Right.
And I always was like, did they think he got into a fight and they were collecting multiple samples to see if there was somebody else's blood in that? Because if two
They're
people
not.
get into a
That's
fight,
another issue with how they collected it. They didn't mark where each blood sample came from, so they have no idea whose blood it could have been.
exactly.
Yeah. So I
So
have to say something real quick because Jay said it says right on the bag that the solo cups are made for beer pong and evidence collection.
I
So
thought it was
yesterday,
hilarious when one of the officers was like, "That's our evidence bag," and they were like, "That's your evidence bag," and he was like, "Oh, that's exactly what our evidence bags looks like."
yeah,
So
looks
I
the
thought that's what it
same.
was.
Looks the
Good
same.
Lord.
So yesterday in my Delphi live, and Susie, were you there for this? I don't even know if you
I
were there for
did
this.
jump in at some point.
Yeah, but I don't know if you were there for this comment. So we were talking about that we need to make like some type of T-shirt, and I was like, I can design something and throw it into like the shop, like the criminality shop, and for people to be able to buy it. We just have to design it for like to go to the Delphi trial, like something about wheat or something just in general. So we were coming up with different things, but somebody came in and made the comment about Karen Reed's case, and she said, I shouldn't say it's a she. I don't know why I assume it's a she. They said that they went to take their groceries out of the bag, but they were afraid they were going to get arrested for tampering with evidence.
I'm still too sick to laugh like that.
Oh, that's gonna make me cough like that.
Yeah.
It's so freaking funny. It was like, oh man, you're gonna get arrested. It was
I
none
actually
yet.
think I was because I remember like
It was
almost
none of your
hacking up a
business.
whole ass lung.
Oh man, that was so fucking funny. I was like, I can't even like I'm gonna put that on a t-shirt. Hold on. Or you can talk real quick. I got a little person that needs me.
So I don't know how far I literally didn't realize that we didn't talk about Gallagher because I vividly remember like as Gallagher was saying things, I messaged Teresa and was like, "Oh my God, are you watching this?" Like the stuff that was coming out of his mouth, I couldn't believe. And I think for me, it all went downhill as soon as he made the comment about not knowing how tall John was. And that he wouldn't, or basically that if Mr. Lally told him that John was over 6 feet tall, then he would believe it as fact, which I thought was extremely inappropriate and vile. And I'm thinking, you would believe him that that's a fact? Like, I'm still waiting to see the fucking grass that he talked about in his opening statement. There's been no grass. I don't
No,
think that.
he's the only one that's talking about grass. It's a good thing that the judge likes to make it very clear to the jury that the opening statements and closing arguments are not evidence, because
Yeah, he's also
got nothing to back that up.
Yeah, he's also the only one who, so far, has said that there was grass and a phone under John. So none of the first responders, nobody that picked him up off the ground, nobody that put him on the scoop stretcher, nobody that, like, nobody saw the phone except for Carrie Roberts.
Right.
Are you serious?
Right. Yeah, she's the only one who found the phone.
I just wonder if she's going to testify.
I realize, Luthi, how much snow was on the ground or how much it was snowing outside.
Oh, I know. There was 3 feet. It was a blizzard. Nobody could see. It was a whiteout. See your hand in front of your face before all the snow. So I get it. But John happened to be on grass.
Yeah, he did. But that grass happened to be covered in snow.
I wonder. Now I'm going to have to look it up. I almost wonder if you were buried in snow, if you would maybe stay. Not warmer is not the word that I'm looking for. I don't think it would be warmer, but it would. Yes. Can we talk about that, Patty? Can we talk about that? Nobody wants to talk. Like, people, I made a comment about this and people lost their fucking minds on Twitter because they thought that I was referring to one of the children having busted out Karen's taillight, when I think I've made myself pretty clear this entire time that I think it's atrocious that those two are even involved at all in this. The 2 kids.
Yeah, I don't. There's really no reason for them to be, and I can't wait for them to not do that, for the defense to just like be like, no questions.
Well, the problem is Lally keeps bringing up all these people that are supposed to say bad things. So, like, the woman, both women that, specifically the last one, who I thought was adorable. I don't know how to say their last name, so I won't even try.
Karina.
Yes, Karina. Yeah, let's call her that.
Yeah, that's her name. I'm good with it.
Yeah, if you look at her statement and how it was written in Commonwealth pleadings prior to this, they made her, when you're reading it, sound like, and it was always odd because it's like, you're saying she's complaining about the kids, but the kids are a lot, like, you're complaining about the kids because you want more time with John. It doesn't make sense to then kill John. That makes no sense. Like, maybe that would be really suspicious if, God forbid, something happened to the kids, but that's not what happened. So I was always like, why would they even say that? Well, then when she said it in court, it didn't come off the way that it was meant to, like in the charging documents. And I just wonder if a lot of information that some attribute to people as being malicious on their part was perhaps written in a particular way. See, because they don't have like recordings of these people's interviews. So I'm really curious to see what statements and the context of those statements were made to sound worse by, say, Proctor versus the people that were actually giving them, like right. Karina. And I fear that after an entire full day of basically nothing but good testimony for Karen Reed, I fear that he's going to lean more heavily into hoping that the kids testify a certain way.
Well, I think that the reason he wants them to testify is about how often they fought, and we saw a lot of that today with, well, that's what they showed you guys out in public. That's what they presented to you guys. You never saw them behind closed doors, right? You never saw that, I think that's what he wants the kids to testify to. Absolutely. Is the tumultuous relationship. Every
time he said that about, you don't know what happens behind closed, I thought, oh, dear God, like, who else knows? Karen's not saying anything. John can't say anything, so you're going to try to elicit that from the kids. And that's not right.
I think that's where they're going to go with it.
I do too.
And
But the
this is
reason,
actually a question I had, and I thought that I thought Paul had taken the kids, but now I don't know where the kids are, and I don't know if that's really important for us to know. But from I don't know why I can't like I'm like I need to know that they're I don't know who they're with, and I just like feel like I know they're probably safe, and I don't mean it like that, but I don't know why it's like I like a thing I feel like I should know because I thought they were with Paul the whole time. Paul,
yeah, I
but
thought his
Paul says he
parents had
doesn't have
them.
the kids.
Yeah, I think his parents have them.
They're just so much older.
Yeah, I
His
think
parents
Ariel's
moved into
right. Yeah,
John's house with the kids.
yes, that's what
His
I heard.
parents are with him in John's house. I don't know why I thought Paul had them, and it was just like that's what it was in my brain.
I think there was like a GoFundMe at one point. I don't know if there
Probably isn't.
still is, and I think that that is like whatever that said had something that made it seem like he was taking care of them. Maybe he was at first. But I do want to talk about Gallagher going back to this. So like I said, people were really irritated. I started just muting people. I don't block people. I just mute them so they can keep like whatever, but I don't have to see it. And they were going on and on and on and on and on about this comment. And I'm thinking, why are you thinking I'm talking about the kids when there was another adult? This was before Mr. Camerano testified today. I'm
Okay.
like, there was another adult that was there. He was out drinking with them the night before. It was early in the morning. Like, people were in a panic. Something could have happened because I said they better have like ring cam footage of the time that the kid went there or that someone went there to pick up the kid, because I didn't know that people were at that house prior to this 822 wellness check until
Yes.
this Gallagher testified and said that he initially responded
To Meadows.
to Meadows. So it would have been before, no, it
Well,
would have
it
been
would have been the
after
6 o'clock hour because he gets called at 6:08, and he arrives at
7.
34 Fairview at 7. So
Correct.
between 6:08 and 7 a.m., he has gone from home to Meadows to the police station to Fairview.
Correct. And that's at least an hour before that officer pulled up with his dash cam footage. We don't have any dash cam footage from Gallagher.
No, because
Gallagher didn't say anything about the car being busted.
He's in his private vehicle.
Right, but he also didn't say anything about it was never elicited that he did he notice anything about the car. There was less snow then. You know what I mean? He would have pulled in right behind her. And so
they don't even ask him about the car.
Nope. And so I find that so they kind of really skirted over the whole that I responded to Meadows Ave first. And then Lally just blew it.
Where did he get the idea that to go to Meadows anyway?
He fumbled over his explanation that he was told that it was a Boston cop. Something like, I was told it was a Boston cop on Meadows. So I didn't realize that meant he lived on Meadows. So I went to Meadows first. And it's like, okay, so you got to Meadows and then what? Did you knock on the door and talk to the niece? Did you call someone and say, I don't see anybody here? Where am I supposed to go?
Right. Well, we find out from, what is his name? Michael
Camerano
that he goes and picks up Kaylee. Patrick wasn't there, which we knew that.
So, right. So my question is Gallagher on camera, on ring footage, showing up at the house?
Well, no, he probably gets there and realizes there's no cop cars there. So he calls into dispatch like, hey, where is everybody? And she's like, no, they're at 32 Fairview. And he's like, oh, crap, I went to the wrong place.
Sure, but there were cameras looking at the front and the side. So even if he
doesn't get out of his car and go up there because he doesn't see any cop cars, then nothing's going to catch him.
True. I find it.
Well,
I personally find it strange.
Try to wrap our mind around it the way that they put it, and that's when they said it that way. That was what I figured. Is he gets there and he's like, "Where is everybody?" And that's why he ends up calling to figure out what he got wrong. I wanted to know why he went to Meadows to begin with.
I think that's what I'm saying. I don't think he went there on accident. I don't think he just accidentally showed up at the house that he lives at versus the house that he is supposed to respond to.
Hmm. So what does everyone in chat think? Will she be found guilty or not guilty? You want a poll, Miranda? We'll do a poll.
Yeah.
Well, she has 3 charges, so it's going to be tough. We'd have to do
I don't
guilty.
see where he's going to prove that he was even hit by a car. We haven't even heard that he's been hit by a car yet.
No, we haven't heard. We don't have any experts or the reconstructionists yet. This is why this trial's taken forever. Could you imagine if Nick McClellan wanted to do this in like the Delphi case? And she's like, if you can't get this trial done in 30 days, you guys are a bunch of idiots. Karen Reed will be found, let me see, not guilty, guilty,
Don't do an I don't know.
all charges, guilty of.
I also think it's going to be really bad for Lally.
So it's second degree. What is it? Second degree vehicular manslaughter. What do they have her on?
Yeah.
Second degree
And
vehicular. They have 3 charges though. What's the other one?
Let me look.
Guilty of leaving scene of accident.
I think one of them has to do with.
I don't remember what the 3rd charge is. Somebody in chat. Let me come back over here so I can see chat. It's the driving under the influence.
Guilty of murder in the 2nd degree.
Motor vehicle manslaughter while driving under the influence. That's what it is.
And then leaving the scene is the 3rd one.
Okay, so maybe I'm going to put this up here real quick, and then I'll leave that here for a second why I put the poll. And then I'll add.
You know what's interesting though? I wonder if they're going to be able to do. It's called something.
Do another one.
It
won't let me do another option on here. It only gives me 4, so I can't do 5. I needed 1 more, and I can't do it. Guilty of 2nd degree. Guilty. I won't do the accident because I think if you're going to say that she's guilty of either one, you're going to get her on the 3rd one. So guilty of vehicular. Okay, total typo.
Here's the thing, though. I don't think that I don't know if they're going to be able. It's called something in particular where they can, like, so say you're charged with like 1st and 2nd degree murder. You know, they can find you not guilty of 1st degree murder, but find you guilty of 2nd degree murder if that's what they feel like is appropriate. But the way that he says this, and also the way that like the charges are, well, maybe not. Maybe she could be found guilty for motor vehicle manslaughter, but like he missed opportunities today to even prove she was under the influence. So I really don't know.
Unless he has another witness he's bringing that in under. That's the only thing.
I think he thinks he's going to bring it under the extrapolation, but that's not. Why would you, if you had the opportunity when you had people there that were at the bar, none of them could say what she was drinking. She could have been drinking water. Okay. The bartender was there. She said nobody seemed drunk. Everybody saw her with a clear glass with a clear liquid.
Yeah, we haven't got there yet. You're skipping way too far ahead. Let's go back to Gallagher.
You're right.
You're skipping all the way over to all the way over to the new stuff.
He was a real mess.
Today was just a disaster in my opinion. But okay, so let me go back over here. So so he takes photos. Here's where they were removing the snow with their feet on the berm. So now Lolly pulls out photos and dash cam videos, says that he had a tent with him, but he wasn't going to put it up due to the weather. Sergeant Good is the one that took the video of the leaf blower. Dietz asked if we recognize the person with the red shoes on. I don't even know if I paid attention to that, Dietz. Sleuthy, you?
Where?
And during the leaf blowing video, could you tell who the guy in jeans and red shoes was on the leaf blowing video? I don't think I even paid attention to it.
I was too busy staring at the leaf blower and what he was trying to leaf blow.
That's what I
'Cause
was
then,
paying attention to.
because then they kept saying, you could see here, we're starting to uncover the cocktail glass, and I'm like zoomed all the way in. I couldn't see anywhere where it was the cocktail glass.
But I'm assuming it's Lank. And the reason I say this because it's
It wasn't
Lank.
good.
Good is the one filming, and
Right.
then Gallagher is the one with the.
Oh, where was Mulaney?
But Mulaney's in uniform. We already saw him in uniform, and Seraph is in uniform, right?
True.
Not red shoes.
Well, Good
So
was
Lank,
doing the.
I think it's Lank.
It may have been.
Let me pull up the. I'll pull it up. You keep talking about Gallagher.
But I was thinking about like the whole berm thing. So, what was the purpose of uncovering the berm if not to be able to exactly measure how far he was from the berm, which they didn't do.
Nobody measured anything.
So, I don't know what the point of that was. So, they didn't trip on it.
Yeah, I think
And
that was it. They just wanted to know where the street was so they could get like they did their like guesstimates, of where it was. Hold on.
oh my God.
They did.
So they got a
They were
tent, they got a leaf
Monday,
blower,
right?
but nobody's got a tape measure.
This is day 5. I think it's in this one. All right, I'll find it real quick. Oh, that's what it was. It's on this one. It has was Allie and Jay in the morning. Hold on, I'm trying to get to the blower. Here it is.
Covered. And who is operating the leaf blower in these videos?
I am.
Can you hear it or no?
And who, if anyone else from your department?
Yeah, I
sort of
can hear
present
it.
While this
Okay.
process is going.
Detective Sergeant Lank is documenting, and Sergeant Good is also assisting.
Lank is
Oh,
documented.
then it is Lank.
Could just play and learn.
Hey, Remy.
See, it removes the snow. I was removing the snow layer by layer. And right here, you can see it exposing the cocktail glass. You're going to see red spots appear as I remove it layer by layer. These pink spots start to turn to be dark red spots. As you see, we can
Seeing the
control
video,
it.
even though he plays it in different parts, it did make me
We were
realize that
concerned
the
with
blood wasn't
whatever other.
blown everywhere
Hold on and wait for
like
a
I thought there
question.
was.
As you can see, it just takes it layer by layer.
Hold on for a second. Mr. Lally, Ms. Gilman, can you pause it? So if you have a question for the lieutenant, all right, you're asking him to narrate the whole thing. We're not
I don't want to do
going to do it that way. And you can pause and then question. It's a little distracting.
At this point, so Lieutenant Gallagher, with respect to as you're conducting this sort of process, what, if anything, are you concerned about as far as
trying to just get
We were
more
trying to take the,
how much of the
next
snow?
videos.
we could control Hubble, and if it needed, more snow needed to be removed, I got a little more aggressive.
Thank you. Ms. Gilman, if you could, hit play. And the next video, Nick.
Chelsea, I would take this judge over Goal any day of the week. You could hear like he's so proud of himself. like how good he did.
Ms. Gilman, if you could play the third video, please.
I told you, Susie Q, I knew you'd be right back.
Did they say it was snowing during this time?
Yeah, they did.
Doesn't look like it's snowing to me.
No.
It is.
Okay. Ms. Gilman, if you could play the last video, please.
Ellie, have you ever seen a leaf blower on a crime scene?
No, but it's, I mean, obviously it makes sense for.
They section 12er, Travis. They
What they're
section
trying to
12er, they
do.
take a hospital and take a blood.
Yeah, for like an hour. Literally, that's all they did.
I don't know why she didn't go with John to the hospital anyway. There probably wasn't any room for her in the back, I guess. But.
Okay.
Did I miss where he comes over and touches something in the ground yet? Have I missed that?
Mr. Officer, you can put the lights on.
Did I miss it?
Thanks.
Right here. There.
Lieutenant, with reference,
I was looking at the other screen. Right here. I don't think that's red shoes, though, is it, Dietz?
How is this the only clear footage that we have of this crime
This
scene?
is my issue with the whole thing. Is the
Like, what if they stepped on the glass?
Ms. Gilman, if you could play the third video.
well, like you said, though, they don't even know where John. They don't even know exactly where John was. Number one, and there's no measurements on how tall he was to know how big of an area to go through. That's just some of the. See, right there. He goes over and he touches something. He has a glove on, but still not a evidence glove.
But it's a winter glove with fibers.
Correct. But I don't know. He said he had red shoes on, so I'm trying to figure out who the heck he's talking about. That guy doesn't. Did I miss red shoes? I didn't see anybody with red shoes, and I don't know where
Did
Dietz
they
went.
say it was snowing during this time?
So, criminality, how did they know to look for a glass? Why? Who said a glass was there? Well, I think the big question comes up, too, about this glass is why they didn't actually think the glass came from inside the house. Why they assumed the glass came from the bar and never bothered to figure it out for sure.
Oh, well, and my other question is it was just like the base of the glass. So where's all the other pieces of the glass? I know they're saying that one piece was embedded in her
Car.
yeah, but like where's the rest of the pieces? Were they also around him?
I don't know. And when day did they find it? I don't know. And how did they collect it? I don't know. We haven't got to those people yet. The
Like
ones
if
that
he
go
never
back
went
to the
any
scene.
further, you know what I mean? If he never walked any further than that, then they shouldn't be any further, really. The
Right.
base was by him. Supposedly.
Yeah,
They
well,
don't really have proof.
it technically should be from the berm to his body.
Right. But did they search from the berm to the body?
No, not until, well, these officers didn't.
Right. Oh, we
They just
still
say
have
they
those
walk
people
around
to
and
come
look
in.
at stuff. This is the most searching that these 4 officers do. And so what they find is this bottom of this cocktail glass. No way to know how it got there.
It just really feels like we're avoiding as much as we can of putting like Proctor and the McCabe's and Alberts on the stand. But Caitlin's next. She'll be in tomorrow, so that should be interesting.
Ah, it's gonna be crazy. It's gonna be good. Okay, but no one knew that information. So Susan, supposedly, he says that he learned this by talking to Jen McCabe. That's where that information comes from. Is how he knew they were at the bar. I don't get why he was so far over in the yard if she dropped him off. This is the big thing for me, because once again, this case, and probably the reason like I'm like attached to it, is because I can't figure out exactly what happened. The way the reconstructionists for this accident are probably going to be the make it or break it for me, because I cannot understand how her car hits him, puts him in this position with those injuries. I can't wrap my mind around how that all would go. I almost wonder if people think she's guilty because they just don't believe the defense theory. And I think there might be something in the middle. I think there might have been something completely different that could have happened. But I don't know that yet, not until we're through more. Because right now I'm like, this doesn't make sense to be this. Her hitting him and the way that her car would have been, the speed her car would have had to have gone, the distance her car was traveling, I'm just not there yet. I absolutely am. I'm listening to all the testimony every day. It's the first thing I do when I wake up in the morning. And it's actually probably one of the last things I do at night when I'm like, wait a minute, did he say this or did he say that? Chris Albert's supposed to be on tomorrow according to the news. Oh. Well, that'll be interesting.
They probably got it wrong per usual. They probably meant
Supposed to be
Caitlin.
Albert tomorrow.
We'll see.
The stories that the Commonwealth has tried to tell, all of them, they just don't make sense. That's where I'm at. I need to know more. Are you in a comment, Monica? Hey, Teresa, are you in a comment, Monica, the Delphi psychologist made in a... Oh, you are in... I know. People are sending me the screenshot of that. I don't know. Apparently, she watched me. She was a fan. At least she didn't say she watched me for the drama. Is Karen going to take the stand? That's a good... We should do that poll next on what people think.
I doubt it. I wouldn't.
It's so tough because I can't imagine knowing what I know about the situation, not her situation, but like me being her, like knowing that I know what happened or what I know didn't happen, that I wouldn't want to go like defend myself. But then I know from watching trials that the people who typically take the stand don't come off very well.
No, I'm going to sit right here. You
narcissistic.
Nope. You
but
prove
it's like it is. That's like a catch-22. Okay, so our poll currently is Karen will be found not guilty is sitting at 80%. She'll be found guilty on all charges is 5%. Guilty of second-degree murder is also 5%. And guilty of vehicular manslaughter DUI is 11%.
Interesting. I would be curious, like we should start making like Microsoft forms or whatever, where you can do it like anonymously, and we can put the link here and run that instead so that people can like expand on why, because I would just be curious at this stage how like what people are using to determine that he was hit by a vehicle for that other one to even be. You know what I mean? Like, you could think she'll be found guilty of second-degree murder, but not really think she hit him with her car. You see what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So I could understand that more, but I would be curious the ones who say vehicular manslaughter, where they think that evidence has been that he was actually hit by a car.
That's what I'm
they haven't even brought up the taillight stuff
people
yet.
Who are going to testify whether, and then I'm going to have to figure out which one I believe. So, well, thank you, Kitty Cat. I appreciate that. I think she absolutely should. The defense has been discrediting the prosecution's witnesses left and right. Then let Karen tell her story. the bigger issue when it comes to Karen Reed is I don't know if she remembers.
Yeah.
I think that's going to be the big problem is I don't know if she remembers what happened, whether it be due to alcohol, trauma, the mixture of the two, her medications. I don't think she knows exactly what happened.
I
I
think
think
she
that
would.
she was concerned that could she have hit him? Was he's outside? Could I have hit him? Could somebody else have hit him? Could he have been hit in general? And then I think that she's now convinced that she didn't do it because of probably the same reason most of us are like, are we sure she did it? Because some of this shit doesn't actually match up.
If I was at a party and I knew I had been drinking for hours and I left, and when I left, I drove by where a body was later found, I would question whether it was possible that I was fucked up enough to not remember that I hit somebody. So in my opinion, it should have been like the consideration should have come from everybody that was drinking and driving that night, which is why
Right.
I don't drink anymore, but I wouldn't drink and drive.
True.
And this family literally has a history of getting fucked up and hitting people and killing them. So like, it's like, why would you not consider that maybe we were driving away and like I would be checking my car, like, you know what I mean?
Right. Right.
And I wanted to say, like, I was thinking this when that guy was up there where he did the wellness check at 822. Like, he obviously at that point there was no mention by anyone that it was possible that John was hit by a car because Karen's car was right there and he didn't walk around it to assess it to see if there was any damage, which he would have if they were suspicious that she hit him with her car at 822. You know what I mean?
Right.
Also, did it look like the door was open? I have to, well, we'll get there, I'm sure, but, well, maybe. You already been here an hour, but
I don't know what it is about this case that I swear I'll sit here and I'm like, okay, we can do this, much faster. We'll probably do 2-3 hours. And then I just end up sitting here and I just keep talking about it. I'm like, why
we did
why
really
did I
well.
stop talking about it? We haven't even got
We
to the
did really
calendar
well on
yet.
Sunday, but you waited, and there was a lot that happened on Monday, and that's where we
I
got
couldn't
screwed.
go on Monday. It sucked because I was like, I knew that there was a lot on Monday. And I was like, I wish I could go live tonight. The only way I could have done it was if I had done like a super late night live, and I didn't want to do that. So
Yeah.
all right. Well, let me go back over
I'm
here.
just going to keep jumping.
Okay, good. Took the video of leaf blower. We just looked at so they review. They talk about the spots. They talk about the glass. He talks about that he did a 6x6 or 7x7 area and it got almost to the ground. So he's saying that he didn't even get to the ground. He never saw anyone come out of their house, including the homeowners or neighbors. He took 6 blood samples and collected them in the plastic red Solo cups that he goes over and gets from deputy chief, I believe is his position. That's kind of across the street from 34 Fairview. They put the blood samples in the glass. In the bags.
Pause. I have a question.
Go ahead. Do it.
They got the Solo cups from the what's his face across the street. So, but he also said that nobody came outside. So my question would be, if he didn't come outside and you say, hey, while you're out here, do you happen to have any cups that we could put this blood in?
He didn't.
And then him
He just
going
went over there. He talks about that on the way there. He calls him and tells him that he's on his way to the scene that's across the street from his house.
Well, then he either came outside or they chose to go knock on that. I'm curious why they didn't knock on the house where John was laying and see if they, like, why are we avoiding that house? For blankets, for cups, for whatever. You know what I mean?
Well, especially since they know he's also a first responder, that maybe he has something in his vehicle or his house to contain evidence in. But I mean, I get like the guy across the street is his direct supervisor. So I do understand that he would talk to him and go there. I mean, it does make sense, but it doesn't make sense that like he takes the Solo cup still. Instead of going, okay, let me try something else. And now I know that the house that we're at is actually a first responder. Let me go talk to him. and see what he has before we make this decision to use red solo cups.
All right, exactly. Or check the station maybe a mile away, 3 minutes,
Right.
4 minutes away. Yeah.
I don't, but I think I said this before you came on. The biggest problem with Canton is that they don't do this. This isn't they're not trained to process a crime scene. They don't know what the hell they're doing.
So
They
then
just don't.
why didn't they put sticks in the ground, something more movable, or post someone there until, like, if you were already trying to call the CPAC unit, then why weren't you waiting there while the CPAC unit was, until they came?
Right.
And then not touched anything.
I think now that this is literally where, like, the hindsight is 2020, like a Mullen would say. You know what I mean? Like, we should have done things a lot differently. And I honestly think that they would come across a lot better if they literally just said, this is not something in my 30 plus years of experience that I've done a lot. I used my best judgment at the time. Looking back on it, yeah, I probably could have done this, this, and this, but that there is no proper protocol. Our protocol is to call the CPAC and have them come out and process the crime scene. So when they told us they weren't, we did the best we could with what we had in the middle of a snowstorm. I think they would be more, respected. But instead, they're like fighting against it with, and somebody in chat said, with their arrogance. And I think that's what's going to cause their demise.
Yeah.
Because it makes sense to me that not everybody in small town police stations have the same training as other police stations. And if you're calling your state police and they're telling you no, what do you do? I mean, they could have probably just walked away and not even done anything. So, but like I said, it's their arrogance that's going to get the best of them, and just the not even. I'd be very curious to know what their required training on this type of scene actually is. Nah, same thing can't be said about Delphi. They had the FBI standing right there, and Tobe said, "Don't let him in." So I don't think that it's not the same thing to me, but. So never saw anybody come out of the house. They collected the blood samples. They brought him back to the station where he thinks that Lank placed them in evidence. February 1st, they transferred to the state crime lab, which was already at the station because they were there to process the SUV. He says that he goes back to the station and has a conversation with Berkowitz, and this conversation is where they're talking about this appearance of conflict of interest. And yet he goes back to the scene with Lank. So this was the one that I was talking about earlier that I don't really understand, because he gets really frustrated when they're talking to him about, well, you had this conflict of interest. And he's like, I didn't have a conflict of interest. I said we had an appearance of conflict of interest because one of the brothers worked at the station. That was it. He's like, no, we could have totally done it. And then they're like, well, why would you have a Canton PD person do XYZ to the SUV? And he's like, because our problem was going to be with investigative interviews. Well, it's like, okay, well, you made that decision here, but then after this conversation, you go back to the scene with Lank, who's also Canton PD, and have a conversation with a witness. Investigative interview. So I'm like, that doesn't make any sense, but okay. He says he went into the side door to the kitchen. And he knew Jen McKay, Brian Albert, and 5 or 6 of the people there. He knows Brian Higgins from ATF, from work and personally. They are friends. He doesn't remember if Higgins was at the Albert's residence at the time that he was there. Cannot remember whether Higgins was in the house during all of these interviews or not. Just cannot remember. I'm like, I don't believe you. That's when I was like, I don't believe you. Let me see where we're at. Crime lab was at the PD already to assist with the SUV processing. The SUV was in the Sally Port. Cameras in the area. Doesn't know exactly where the cameras are. Just knows they are there. They go over the video from the Sally Port, and Proctor was there. Another person was there taking photos. He had never met Proctor prior, which is Michael Proctor. Says the CARS team responded, which is from the state police, that the ones with the accident reconstruction. They were having difficulty removing the taillight, so he offered to get them help from the Canton PD guy who handles their fleet. And so he came out and helped by blocking the parking lot so they could test this vehicle. And then he and Proctor went to 34 Fairview to observe the vehicle, the accident reconstruction. Hold on. Michael Lank, J, in 2020 was employed at the... Miku's headphones, are you serious? Wow, that is a shit ton of money.
Especially for a place that doesn't really have any crime. Like,
Wow.
I literally said, like, so my uncle, and even back then, if not worse, it was. But like, he was a cop in Philly, and he didn't get a third of that. And there was violent crime every day.
Wow.
Every day. Yeah.
That is a lot of money, and he's not in charge. So how much did Berkowitz make then?
If Berkowitz makes less, that's even more sus.
Oh yeah. Find out how much
what
Berkowitz made. He's retired now, but find out how much he made.
That is a lot of money.
That is a lot of money. I'm very curious, and what Gallagher made, because, and then there was the deputy chief of police that also was right across the street. The current chief Rafferty makes $249K. Hold on, what did he made? 210. Jesus Christ.
You know what's even crazier after everything that I've seen with this? It makes me wonder, like, even more why they were so, why they were fighting against that audit so bad, so hard. The police audit, the Canton police audit.
Brian Albert. Oh, I don't know. Berkowitz made 216K in 2020. I looked up Brian Albert and it's 137,000. I don't know, it's like OT towards the pension, high 3 years, that's his aim. I mean, that's a lot of money for a very small area. And we haven't even got to Link yet, but wait until you find out more about Link. Okay, so now we're on.
They don't even deal with violent crime. They have like a whole unit that deals with violent crime. I don't understand.
Right. I don't know. Well, they did at some points. They have like this weird rotation where they do like 6 months of certain jobs, and that's all they have to do.
That is bizarre.
And you get.
Well, then I'm glad the audit's happening.
Woo! That is a lot of money. Okay, so cross-examination. I went through and updated all of this with the pictures of the attorney that did the cross, so that I would know who it was. Okay, so Alan Jackson is doing the cross-examination and comes up and says the first time that he was formally interviewed about his role at the crime scene was not until April 3rd of 2024.
What? You were busy. My God. You didn't have a single moment in 2 years?
They never asked him, and he never needed to talk to him. It's a suburb.
And I bet he remembers, right? His thing's probably full of like particulars that he remembers from 2 years ago.
So Patty says it's like it's a affluent area, which I get, but I'm still thinking that like it's not that high in crime. So why the hell are these people making so much money? But
how are you not using money as an incentive to get police officers to come work and put themselves in harm's way every day, but yet an affluent area where they don't deal with violent crime, and if a violent crime happens to happen, they're not the ones that have anything to do with it. I don't understand why you're paying them so much. Like, it's not an incentive. You know what I mean? They don't need an incentive to pull people
No,
over.
and people are saying like the cost of living. I get that from somebody who lives in Southern California, but I would be very interested to find out then how
So
much.
then tell me how much the people at the grocery store make.
Right. I mean,
Are they making
I think
50K
the
a
cost
year?
of living. Trust me, I do. But I mean, that's still an outrageous amount of money for a cop. Like,
I don't know any cop that makes that much.
I can't think of it, even any out here that make that much. But I'm trying to think of like what our chief of police in our area or our sheriff would make. I don't know. It just seems like a lot. But I mean, I get cost of living. I get it. Like I said, I live in Southern California. I get it. So he's not interviewed until this year, right before trial. And he's interviewed by Lolly and Tully. Thank you, honey, very much. I
Okay,
appreciate
wait.
it.
So I just looked it up. It says in 2022, police officers earn the highest salaries in California. Police and sheriff's patrol officers earned a median of $104,160.
Right.
And then Washington at 94K, Jersey at 88K, Illinois at 86K, and Hawaii at 86K.
Yeah, that's about what my dad made. He made about 70, but he retired in the mid 2000s. So that's where I kind of, I guess, get my thought process from of money.
Well, I'm sure
My
that
dad
the FBI.
for extra spending money was like moonlighting and doing security jobs.
Mm-hmm. I'm sure the FBI knows all of the details of all of this pay, because you have to remember that there was also that thing that they uncovered where I want to say it was the Boston Police Department where they were like, well, the one where they made those 3 arrests where they were taking bribes for CDLs and stuff, but there was that whole overtime scandal. You remember?
Oh yeah.
So I wonder if they're looking into that pay.
Did anybody figure out how much Gallagher made? I'd be
Yeah.
interested to know what he makes. I don't think anybody did anybody look him up?
Yes.
So Patty said the average income just in the city or in the suburb of Canton is $155,000.
I can't see it anymore. I can't scroll back that far. But she did pull, or he or she did pull up Gallagher. It said
Oh, they did?
maybe
I didn't see
241K or something.
that was Lank. No, that was
Lank
Berkowitz. Berkowitz was 241 and Lank was 210. I missed Gallagher if they did Gallagher. I'm going back up right now.
Do it again. Put Gallagher's 258K in 2020. Did you hear that, or did you have a stroke?
250 what?
58.
Damn. All right. Well, I mean, I guess get it.
We can revisit this another time.
Yeah, like we could, because
I feel like it'll come up in the future.
We're still only on the first witness. We've got to keep going. So he writes a report about the acquisitions of the photos in January 2023. I don't remember what that was. Do you? Because I don't know why I wrote that about the acquisitions of photos. I think that's the only report that he writes. I think is why I put that in there, because he never wrote any reports or notes or anything about his involvement at the crime scene on January 29th. So yes, I think I wrote that because that's the first report he writes in regards to this case at all. It's the first report he has anything.
Right. And it's about photos, not necessarily what he did there.
Right. So he says gathering evidence is different than just responding, but yet he doesn't do it. Memorialized to be able to share findings with others. He agrees, but didn't do it. He never saw John at the scene, but went to the scene on February 1st and directed Proctor to where John was found. He didn't know that John was 6'2", and said he would believe it if Lolly told him that. Not if Alan Jackson tells him. He won't believe Alan Jackson, but if Lolly says John was 6'2", he believes it. I was like, I can't believe the judge didn't say anything about that.
And again, he knows that Lally knows that there wasn't no grass under John. So what does that say about him? He still believe Lally.
Imagine how much fucking money Lolly makes. All right. Um, he does agree that details and accuracy are vital in a homicide investigation. Talks about that he never measured the area, never used evidence markers, never marked where evidence was found. It says the glass in the blood spot. The glass in the blood spots is an estimate or a guess. It says the officers aren't going to measure. The officers that are on scene are not going to start measuring things because life-saving measures come first.
Not by
And
them,
so
though.
Jackson says, well, what about Seraph, who was, Officer Seraph, who was there, Seraph, who was there right when the body was moved? You don't think he could have marked it? And essentially, he would be in charge of Officer Seraph. He's now the ranking officer on the scene when he gets there. And so he could have had some of these things done by the people who actually knew exactly where John was. And they, even though the first responders were, they weren't going to do anything right when the first responders were there, fine. But you had people who knew and they didn't do it either. Said he contacted Lieutenant Tom Keller, that's the one that lives across the street from Brian Albert, to let him know that he was coming to the scene. Once he got there, he was the ranking officer. He's never preserved a crime scene in the snow. I think the question really should have been, have you ever preserved a crime scene? But he had Sergeant Good move all the cars in order to take photos. He told Lank to get initial statements from everyone in the house and from the outing the night before. And then he also helped search the scene. So he did all these things, but he never wrote a report on anything that he did when he was there. He did know he was on Brian Albert's property. He did know that Lank knew Brian Albert, but still thought he'd be okay to do the interviews. He was aware that Lank had already been in the house. So Lank goes in the house multiple times that morning and then leaves the scene and also comes back to go back inside the house. We'll talk about Lank when we get to him, though. He doesn't remember if it was Sergeant Good or Lank that told him where John's body was. I made this note because Sergeant Good and Lank, when they arrive on the scene, and you get this in their testimonies, they get there after John was already in the ambulance or gone. None of these guys actually ever saw where John's body was themselves. So I made this note like they weren't there when John's body was there. So he's being told third-hand information before he even starts to process any type of crime scene. So he really has no idea where he was. Just what Seraph and Mulaney told Lank and Sergeant Good, and then they relay it to him. So 3 steps away is how he finds out. Let me see. He review Tully's report from his interview. Okay, they start to review Tully's report from his interview. So when he was interviewed by Lolly and Tully. I keep wanting to say Lolly. That's like their couple name, apparently. So Tully report is wrong and says that Gallagher actually had went to the PD to get the tent. I thought this was important because it's going to now go to show that Tully also can't write a correct report, even about his own fellow officers. So Tully's saying that Gallagher went back to the police station to get an evidence tent. Well, he didn't go back to the police station to get an evidence tent. He said he had a personal one in the car, and he wouldn't have used his or one from the station because of the weather, because they didn't have anything to keep it to the ground, and officers would have had to have stood there and held it, and he wasn't going to do that. So now we know Tully's reports are going to be incorrect per the person giving that information. So it's either going to make him a liar or Tully a liar.
So even though John O'Keefe was a police officer and they just found him dead.
He's not dead, though.
Well,
that's going to be the biggest thing that the Commonwealth is going to fight with, is that he's not dead. So all of these things happen because he's not dead.
It seems like that wouldn't matter. Like, let's say he doesn't die. Why wouldn't they want to know what happened to him?
Because the evidence team, that evidence team only responds to death scenes.
Right. So my point is say it didn't end in a death and he was just like assaulted or whatever. It would be their case to figure out. So did they just intend to not find out what happened to him?
this is how they would process the scene if it was their case.
That's really scary. If
Yeah,
it's
think about
scary
how
that
many.
that's how they treat a
Think
police
about somebody
officer.
who has been beaten up in Canton,
Correct.
and they get, that person either is now in jail, and they're going to be like, wait a minute, how did you process that scene again? Oh, JDAMs, Link and Detective Albury, I believe, are involved with the suicide of Sandra B. She was 20. This is the case that Chasing was telling me about, and I asked her if she had a video on it, and she said she was putting one together. I'm very interested in learning more about this case. I just have not. There's no way I had the time to do it right now, but I have heard this. So they still need good evidence collection to prove a car or snowplow hit him. Agreed, but I'm just saying this is how they process it. But I'm telling you, the argument Lolly keeps making sure to say over and over again about how the CPAC would not come to the scene because it was not a death scene. It was not an unattended death. It was not an anything, because they were not saying he was dead yet. And Gallagher even says, to his credit, he says, I said he's got, some pretty bad injuries. They're saying he's probably not going to make it. And Proctor still says, no, we're not coming. She just sent me all the documents today. I have only skimmed. It's crazy. Oh, yeah. Oh, see if she'd be okay if you sent them to me. I'd love to look at it. But I don't if you wouldn't mind asking her. See if she'd be okay if you sent them over. I'd like to see. Where were we at? Okay, so area with the blood spots and the glass trampled with footprints because they're just walking all over the scene. Nobody's doing anything with it. No footprints from the scene to the house. So he says he did not observe any footprints, but he did not take any photos of the area from the scene to the house, just the long photos backed up. But he did not see footprints from the scene to the house. He's never used a leaf blower at a crime scene before. Said red Solo cups, same as the ones you would use to drink beer. I thought this was funny. Jackson's like, so you mean like the red Solo cups like you would use to like drink beer at a barbecue? Lolly's like, objection. Plastic containers from the neighbor's house.
Yeah, and Gallagher's like, you could use it for that.
I guess you could use it for that.
Sir, you know that's what you use it for,
That's
motherfucker. What else
literally
would
what
use
you
it
use
for?
them for. I'm just pulling from public records on gov sources. Okay. I was like, that's interesting. So he had gotten them from Lieutenant Tom Keller's house, is where he gets these red Solo cups. Plastic containers from neighbor's house, only 4 to 5 minutes back to CPD. He says they don't have those anyway, so there would have been no reason to go back to the police department, because they wouldn't have had the containers to put this in anyway. And he talks about swabbing, like swabbing blood in the snow would work. He wasn't sure that he could do that, or it would actually turn up with any. It would actually trap the blood because of the snow.
But you couldn't try. Like did you
Or at least do both?
Right.
Yeah, I don't know. And so then Jackson's like, well, you didn't seal the brown evidence bag, like someone could sneeze in it. And he's like, no one's gonna sneeze in it. I closed the bag. It was sealed. So he's like, I took the Solo cup straight out of the package, and he does. And then, so nobody had touched them. And then Jackson's like, well, what about like the manufacturer? And he's like, I don't think the company would self-contaminate. I'm like, well, you don't know that they wouldn't, which is the problem.
Someone
Not
commented.
standard.
Someone commented, and she said something like her dad or somebody worked for that company and said that he said that those cups are so dirty he won't even drink out of them.
Red Solo cups? I hope that's not
Yeah.
true, because I use red Solo cups every day.
That's what they said. That he works there and when
Tell him to take it back. Take it back right now. Take it back.
I don't even remember where I was. But maybe they just, I don't know, because then it's like people that have worked at McDonald's before. They're like, I would never eat a McDonald's. They're disgusting. And you're like, are you being dramatic? Like, do you just not want to eat McDonald's because you worked there and you hate it, or are they really like pissing on food? Like, I need to know if you're being dramatic or not. So maybe that guy was like, maybe he really was like, I worked there for 40 years and I just don't ever want to drink from a solo cup because I looked at them for 40 years, but maybe they are dirty.
Leave them alone. Leave the red solo cups alone. He says it's not standard to use them. But he says nothing about the scene was standard. He says the glass shard of the drinking glass, he uncovered that glass piece with the leaf blower. He says the CARS report, which is the accident reconstruction people report, do they report where some of the items were found? He said you were asked about this on direct, and he said his response was you objected to it and it was sustained, so I never got to answer it.
This is funny, but it's literally not even funny. Like,
no, it's so
you have to laugh because
unprofessional.
it's so absurd. And I'm just like, is he like, he was ready to do Lally's job. He had to be told like twice and then again by the judge to like shut the fuck up and let the video play, that we didn't need a narrator. But like,
Yeah.
He reminds me of one of those people that like, when they want you to not pay attention to something, they'll how I took him narrating that video was he was wanting you to know everything that they were doing step by step, so you didn't think anything different than what he wanted you to think. Like, you can see how well it's removing each layer of snow, you know, where if
Right.
you said that, they might have been thinking,
So
what the
proud of
fuck is this
himself.
guy doing?
He's such a good girl. The solo cup girl was in EDB's chat. It was in Emily V. Baker's chat.
Okay, that sounds right.
That's what Danielle said.
So I'm not the
That's
only one that saw it.
Let me see. So he says, well, you objected to that. It was sustained. I never got to answer. So he says, touche. And then he asked it a little bit different. And oh, shit. And he says, I'm not familiar with how the CARS reports are created or how they determine, mapping, or if they do mapping. He says he never marked which blood spots were in which cup. During his initial search, he never saw the shoe, he never saw a hat, and he never saw pieces of tail light, red or clear. Never saw any of those during his initial search. He puckers his mouth lips like he's taking a hit off a joint. Holding it in would make a good. Well, so here was the funny part, because as I was like taking the notes, I typically take the picture, like a screen grab of like when they get on the stand. And I was like, wait, did I take it like here? Because he has this face the entire time that he's sitting there for cross. He's so pissed. And he's just like,
He's trying to force nothing to come out. Oh, someone put the most perfect meme. Hold on. Now I have to go find it. You continue, and I'm going to send this to you.
Okay, you go find it. We don't know if any of it will actually be admissible. We haven't got to the evidence technicians who would have actually examined any of this. My thought process is that we won't even hear about it again, except for just how bad it was collected. I had to take full pages for this, and then some of them ended up with 2 pages because we're on day 5. We're on Monday, Phoenix. Because there was so much that I was like, I have to make sure that I put this in. So this is still cross with Alan Jackson. So coming from a bar, he thought they were coming from a bar, so it wasn't surprised that there was a glass. He never went inside to see if there was a glass, if the glass was from inside the house. He never searched for anything in the house because he was a Boston police officer. No. He said, so you never searched for anything in that house because the homeowner was a Boston police officer? He said, no, because it requires probable cause, which we didn't have. They get in this argument about probable cause, and they kind of go back and forth for a little bit about this. And that's not the only one they do it with. It says, well, Alan Jackson says, well, did you bother to seek like a probable cause warrant? And Gallagher's like, I know what probable cause is. He's like, well, did you ask for consent? He's like, we wouldn't do that. We never asked. We wouldn't do that. Says he told Tully during that interview that he went from the scene back to Canton PD, talked to Berkowitz, had a convo about the Canton PD recusing itself because of the appearance of a conflict of interest. They get in a little tip about the appearance word because of Kevin Albert, because Kevin Albert is the homeowner's brother who works at Canton PD. He said around 9 a.m. they went back to the scene for Lang to interview Jen at Albert's. None of these interviews are recorded. There's no reports on them. None of the interviews are recorded. says he had a professional relationship with Brian Higgins, not a personal one. He never hung out with him. He doesn't know if the 5 or 6 pound. He cannot recall if Brian Higgins was one, or that's Brian Albert. Sorry, I said Brian Higgins up here. Shit. I said Brian Higgins up here. This one's Brian Albert. I messed up. Can't recall if Brian Higgins was one of those 5 or 6 people, although he knows him well. Said Brian Higgins does have a key card at Canton PD where he can essentially go anywhere in the police department that he wants to. He says Lank was the one who took the blood samples after he handled the scene, and Lank told him that he logged him into the evidence. This ends up being stricken as hearsay because you can't say what Lank told him. But I thought it was interesting because they start to kind of argue here about, well, did you see him take them in? Did you witness him take them in? Did you witness him log them in? And he's like, no, I didn't, but he told me he did it. And that's when they're like, no, objection, it's hearsay. You can't go with what somebody told you. So essentially, he doesn't know whether anything was ever logged in or not. He just assumes that he does because of that Lank told him that. All right, hold on. She just sent me something.
Yeah, I put the link to the thing with the thing. And, yeah.
Oh shit! Hold on. They're making the same face. They
Will it
have
not
the
go
same-
bigger? They're exactly the same face.
They have like, yeah, well, hold on. I can do it that
Oh
way.
my god! Look at his.
He even has a little like neck jerk backwards
Oh my
thing that
God,
he's
yeah.
doing. Like, right?
Oh
Look at
my
that. Look at
god!
that. That is perfect. Whoever did this is freaking perfect. He's just so disgusted with Alan Jackson. He can't handle it.
That was literally after he said what he said, and then he tried to you realized what he said, and then he tried to act like Alan Jackson was. He gaslit him. I didn't say that. You said exactly that about the taillight getting broken, which honestly wasn't like a big leap after he had just got done saying that they had a hard time getting the taillight off.
He's like, I don't know anything about that. Okay, so let me go back here. Where was I at? He does not search the house. He says he does not look around the house. He does not photograph anything inside the house. He says Jen McCabe was interviewed by Lank, but other people were in the room. Did not separate any of these witnesses, which when it comes to interviewing witnesses, you're supposed to separate them and not let them just sit there and talk to each other or influence the interview in any way. He says he nor Lank asked anyone else any questions. Lank just was there to talk to Jen McCabe. Says the entire department would have access to the Sally Port, which is like about 45 people, and it includes Higgins, who has an office there for some reason, even though he's ATF. No photographs or cause to be photographed on 129-22, the SUV upon arrival. They do not photograph the SUV when it comes in. There's no photographing of the SUV when it comes in. The first photographs of the SUV come on the first when the car's people are there and Michael Proctor shows up. So now it's just sitting in the Sally Port with 45 plus people who can come and go and do whatever they want to this car. There's no photograph of the car when it comes in.
Like, why wouldn't you take pictures to say, this is what it looked like when we got it?
Nope.
So that if anything happened after that, you could be like, it wasn't with us because we took this and it's timestamped this time.
Right. Well, I also don't know if they would be the ones to take this, because if Proctor's the one who's getting the car towed, Proctor's already now in charge of the car as of the evening of January 29th. Now, are we going to hear anything about photographs taken by him? I don't know. But according to what we know now in testimony, there's no photographs that have been taken of the car until 2/1, according to Gallagher. So maybe we'll find out from Proctor later that he did take photographs that day, and they can't bring those into evidence through this witness.
Yeah, there's pictures. It's just.
Well, we know that they take them on the 1st, but does he take them on the 29th when he picks up the car?
Mm-hmm. Wouldn't it be great if, like, suddenly we found out the tow person did take a picture?
That would be fucking reading that. Could you imagine?
I mean, they definitely came out of nowhere with the plow driver, so that would be some shit. That'd be hard
That
to
would be
explain.
very interesting. He says that it would not have been his decision to remove the tail light. That would have had to do with the state police. And then this is when they start talking about why did you have somebody from Canton PD come and actually help remove it. And this is they get in the argument about this appearance of conflict of interest, not that there was actually one. And he said that so they could help with things like that. The only thing they weren't going to help with was investigative interviews, which brought me back to why I said, well, wait, they went back to the scene after they had that conversation and talked to Jen McCabe. He said that you didn't believe there was probable cause to search the house. Oh, this is what he said. You also didn't believe that there was probable cause to search the house. Like, making it sound like he's an idiot. Like, well, yeah, of course you didn't think that there was a conflict of interest, just an appearance. You also didn't think there was probable cause to search the house. And that's objected to, and it's stricken from the record. So the jury can't consider it. But I thought it was funny. It says pieces shattered, broken or broken more during removal process when they were taking this tail light out. He says no. So then they start to look at the photos, and he says Lank assigns a property number, a temporary evidence locker per protocol, and the cups would have been in the fridge. But there's no logs showing any of the items were ever booked into temporary evidence, and he wouldn't have access to the log. Only a couple of people would. They start to look at the photos in the back of the SUV that has a rag next to it. I was going to bring this up too. I got a cough though. Hold on.
And you missed a part, T. Because he definitely did say whatever you just said, like the one before the last one, about not breaking it more once it got there. But prior to that, and prior to that funny face. Oh, and I just happened to come across the picture of the bag, the brown paper bag, and it does look like it was folded over. So I take it back what I said. I'm trying to see if I have a timestamp or a clip. Oh, I do have a clip. I'm curious, since you didn't write it down, I'm curious what you thought of him saying this.
Sorry, I had a coughing fit. About which
I
part?
heard, I could tell. Well, I didn't hear, but I heard you say you had to cough.
Yeah, it's not going away. About the tail light?
Yeah. What he said before he made that funny face and then said that he didn't say that the taillight was broken.
Is that what your tweet is right here that you're sending me?
It's
Okay,
just
here.
18 seconds. So this is what he said first.
The removal of Canton Police Department was allowed to facilitate the removal of that light.
Yes,
And during the course of the removal of that light, a taillight was broken, correct?
that's correct.
And shattered.
Yes.
Canton Police Department was allowed to.
He says that's correct.
Yeah. So he says during the course of the removal of that taillight, the taillight was broken. And he said yes. And then he said and shattered. And he said correct. And then he tried to go back and say whatever that was that you had just said like 2 lines ago, where he says
it's not broken or broken anymore.
Yeah, because then
pieces were shattered, broken, or broken more during the removal process. And he says no.
Yes. Yes. And he basically was like, what are you talking
Good
about?
catch,
Like,
Luthi.
you just said that.
Interesting.
Yeah. So how do you take it? It truly, to me, it felt like he realized what he said once Alan Jackson went a little further and was like, so it was cracked and it broke more. And then he was like, oh shit. And then he was like, no, I never said that.
That's not what I said, or not what interesting. I'll go back and listen more for that right around that part and see how far apart it is. Mm-hmm. He said no. He said, was it broke? What pieces were shattered, broken, or broken more during the removal process? He says no.
Yeah,
That's
that
his
was
answer.
after what I just sent you.
Huh.
Hmm.
Okay, so now they're talking about the pictures. So they show the picture of the bag. I don't know what I did with that screen. It's probably under here somewhere. Hold on, let me find it. I probably hit it. It's in this one. It might be after lunch. It might be on their next stream. Nope, it's right here. So they first talk about, here's the picture of the SUV in the Sally Port, and then here's this rag. So the rag becomes a big deal because they're just using it for to show the proximity of where this bag is to the car. So you see that the rag is here, and then you see that the rag is now here. So hence the car, this is her car. Because this photograph, you can't actually see it's her car. That's, I think, why they're using this rag. So now this is where you see the bag, and they talk about, he's like, oh, that's not an evidence bag? I thought that was an evidence bag. Looks just like our evidence bags. So they go through, and then they go through that ones that are on the inside. See, they're handing off this evidence to the state police, who are wearing evidence gloves. So same rag, same bag, and the blood sample cups. And we'll see today, I think it was today or yesterday's testimony, there's no tape. There's no tape on this bag whatsoever at all. So there's that. Go back. So they show the photo of the Stop and Shop bag, the no evidence bag. It's a grocery bag. It's not sterile. Shows the photo of inside the bag. Shows another photo. Agree with having the unsealed and unsecured blood is a recipe for cross-contamination. He said, not yes or no, but for what you're trying to say, yes. So he said if someone wanted to touch that bag, they could. Objection, sustained. Tried it again, and it was sustained because that's just his speculation on whether somebody could have or would have touched the bag. So they didn't allow that in there. Now we have the redirect. So Lolly comes back up and says, hey, the recusal of the department, the definition, didn't feel it would be appropriate because of Kevin. That's where the appearance came in. But he did think that they could have done it. And here's where they go back, and this is why I think that they're really going to push that the reason that you have these inexperienced people collecting evidence at a crime scene is because unattended death investigations, the jurisdiction is actually the state police.
But he can't say that they don't take care of unattended deaths and then also say he wasn't dead. You know what I mean?
Well, that's why they're saying that the state police wouldn't come out there, so they had no choice but to take care of it themselves. Hold on real quick.
Well, last time, 100%.
Right. So my thing is you can't, he wasn't dead. So in theory, you were handling it the way you would handle an assault of someone. Right. And so my question would then be, is this how you handle assaults? You know what I mean? That's very
My answer to that would be, he's going to say, well, I've never handled anything at all, ever in the snow. It was snowing. Do you not know that this was the biggest storm ever?
My God.
So the drinking glass didn't come from inside the house because they were out at the Waterfall bar. Lank and Good already did interviews and had told him that they were out at the Waterfall bar. So he already knew that, knowing when he found the glass that John was supposed to be at the house. All of these people who have now talked to Lank and Good have said John never came in the house. They just take them at their word, and so he just automatically assumes that the glass is from the Waterfall bar. Whether he's right or wrong, don't know. But he just assumed it, and that's not how you investigate a case. So he said assets the state police have. They have superior tools. They have the CARS team. They have direct access to the crime lab. He says February 1st, Sallyport never saw the taillight break more. So he reiterates that here, Sleuthy. We're going to have to go clip those three pieces together. The one where he says yes, and then he says no, and then no again on redirect. It says the criminologist was taking custody of blood samples, and that's why he isn't concerned about cross-contamination in the Sally port because they were turning over the evidence to the crime lab. And then on recross, Alan Jackson comes back up. He says, no witnesses put John anywhere but where he was found. It was objected to, sustained. He says, do you just take witnesses at their word? And he says, no, of course not. But he did. Do you investigate it? Do you get search warrants? Do you look inside the house? He says, yes, with probable cause, absolutely. None of that was done here, though. And he said, that's because we didn't have probable cause.
Is he under the impression you don't have to get probable cause? Like, does he think just probable cause is either there or not when something happens?
Well, that's what Alan Jackson is trying to say, is like, you didn't have probable cause because it was Brian Albert's house.
Yeah,
that's why you think you didn't have probable cause.
That would be like saying, oh, we found a person dead, shot to death at a park, but we didn't have probable cause to do anything, so we just stopped here.
Right. They didn't have probable cause, so that's all it was. And so he's not the only one. He's not the only one who argues this whole probable cause thing. Well, the investigation itself, the fact that the guy was out with the very people who live in the house, he's at a bar with them, he is dropped off and at this house to meet up with these very people, is probable cause to look in the house to verify their statement that he never made it inside. And so what Alan Jackson's trying to get at, well, you had enough to at least try to go to a judge and say, hey, this is the circumstances where we found this dude. You know, we believe we have enough probable cause. The judge is the one to say, no, you don't. Exactly. Or yes, you do. And so that's why he said, did you take this to anybody to try to get a probable cause search warrant? And you're like, no, because we didn't have probable cause.
Yeah, but he could have brought it to them and said, you know, the girlfriend said that she dropped him off at blank time and she got home at blank time and then didn't come home. He never came home. And when we found him, he didn't have a jacket. So he clearly wasn't like already outside and ready to be in the weather. And also he was missing a shoe and we don't see a shoe anywhere in the yard. So
correct.
We believe
Where the hell's the shoe?
Inside the house.
He's missing a shoe. We don't even bother to look for a shoe. We don't find a shoe. He's supposed to be in the house. He's got an alcoholic beverage. He's not dressed for the weather. They had probable cause. I'd be very interested to hear like a judge's perspective. I wonder, a lot of the judges sometimes hang out on Reddit, like the retired judges. Travis, are you still here? I'd be curious what they think of, like, anybody in the law field thinks if they would have gotten a search warrant for this house. You don't need probable cause. Why does that have this stupid pop-up? You don't need probable cause to walk up to the house and knock on the door and talk and ask permission to enter. Did they refuse to answer the door? Did they refuse to allow them in? No, they are in. He lets them in. They go in the house multiple times. They just don't look at anything. They don't check the house. They don't look for any of John's stuff. They don't verify whether John was ever actually in the house or not. All they're doing is standing in the foyer, just asking a few questions. And then when they go back at like 9 o'clock, they go to the kitchen. But that's it.
I think that someone knew that it would not look good if Brian Albert said, no, you cannot search this as a police officer. So, or he could have even said, don't even ask me that because I'm not going to set, and then somebody else was like, probably don't put that in any reports because, he never even came in the house anyway, because that would also go to cause, I feel like.
If they knew that this whole group was out together and that he was obviously found there, so we know he's dropped off there. Whether he makes it inside or not would be up to the investigators to determine that, not just the people in the house saying, no, he never came in here. Especially because, like you're saying, he's not dressed to be outside. And the DA is the one who raised this PC for a warrant, right? There's no search warrant of the house. The DA is the one who got the warrant for her arrest. But
I want to know what probable cause there was to tow her car, because at that point he hadn't seen her car to know that there was
a broken taillight. They also hadn't found any of the pieces of taillight at the crime scene yet.
Yeah, so how did he get the probable cause for that?
I don't know. Because they said that it was some type of accident. I wouldn't let you search my home without a warrant either. I probably wouldn't. I don't have anything to hide, but I wouldn't let you do it.
Or is it because he talked to Katie? He talked to Katie on the 30th. So that didn't even, so he didn't even talk to anybody that said that she said they hit him, except for Jennifer McCabe, who called them back at 9 a.m. and said that she said in the car about she might have hit him.
Right.
Interesting.
Oh, did Lolly raise this in the questioning first? No, I don't think so. Did he? Let me go back. If he did, I don't know if I took a note of that. Do you remember, Sleuthy, or anybody in chat?
If he brought up what?
If Lolly brought up probable cause on the direct. No, I think he brings it up on the redirect. But they already talked about it. They'd already talked about it on cross. Because you also didn't believe there was probable cause to search the house. Right here. So cross is the first time it's brought up, I believe. Never searched anything in that house because he was a Boston police officer. Isn't that right? He says no. Because it requires probable cause, and we didn't have that. So the first time it's brought up to Gallagher is on cross, and then Lolly brings it up on redirect, and then he brings it up on recross. Yeah, Jen McCabe's word seems to be enough for everybody. The next witness that takes the stand is Sergeant Good. I'm going to try to get through this one faster, hopefully, a little bit. Because his is a lot, too, and we still have more to go through. We may end up only going through, like, day 5. We'll see. Okay, so he's got 17 years of experience. They go through the protocols of what he does for his job. He does know Brian Higgins, the ATF agent, because he has a satellite office, and he does have a key card, the scan card from the Canton PD. Talks about that he got a 911 call. Has anybody heard these cleaned up? Did any channel clip these and clean them up? Because they were terrible in court, and I couldn't understand anything. So if anybody in chat knows a channel that possibly clipped them and cleaned them, let me know, because they were just a disaster. I think Microdots did. Will you send it to me, Deets?
Microdots did, but I still couldn't understand.
You couldn't? Okay. Yeah, I don't know. They were a disaster. But we do learn that 911 call comes from Carrie Roberts around 5 a.m. So after she gets the phone call from Karen Reed, she does call and say, hey, a friend of mine, which is interesting too, because I know she says a friend of mine's boyfriend didn't come home last night and she's worried, and he's a Boston police officer. So they already knew that John was missing. They knew that he had not come home. It should have been, did you ask permission to search? No. So you didn't ask because it was the brother's officer, right? You didn't interview witnesses because they were cops. Didn't ask permission, etc. He does say the thing about you didn't ask because because the homeowner was a Boston police officer. He does say that. Maybe that's how Gallagher knew and already ended up at his house first. Maybe. I don't know. So they play the 911 call from Carrie. It doesn't make a lot of sense to me, so I don't have it to play for you. If we do find a better version of it, I'll play it. Then he gets the other 911 call comes in from Jen McCabe at 6:04. This is the one that we've listened to on, I think it was on Turtle Boy, who actually had the most cleaned up version that we found of the voicemail capturing. Let me see. All right, Microdots has it. We'll try it. Let's see.
My friend's boyfriend did not come. My name is Sarah. I'm calling because my friend's boyfriend did not come home last night. We were at waterfall, and now she is calling me hysterical because she doesn't know where he is. You didn't take anybody outside the name of John O'Keefe, did you? John O'Keefe. Yeah, he's about to come and will be on set, so. No. And he probably got a ride and tapped at his own house, I don't know, but. Yeah, no, we didn't want anybody else or anything like that. And where do you live? He lives on Meadow, downtown. He lives on Meadow, off Pleasant? Okay, and where's the white home? You said his girlfriend? His girlfriend, yeah, they were out having drinks, and then she left. And expected him to come home at some point, and he never did. Yeah. And so I said to her, you know, my husband had been out with her brother in my birthday. He obviously he came home, and he has custody with me to nephew from the parents' counselor. Okay. And so she's home with the week and I go, they're old enough to be home. And so she's nervous because she never knew how to. Yeah. So she's like, I feel like something happened. And I said, okay. Well, so probably you're in hospital, and you'll be happening. I personally think he probably. Someone probably picked him up in the back, I don't know. Yeah, wait, did he drive last night? No. No. Okay. I mean, yeah, I think, again, it's more, it would be driven by you. She would have to, call in a government patient and talk to us, but I mean, right now, it's more, he's just at home last night, this comment, sometimes we'll have a little. No, that's why. That's what she did. He didn't tell me. That's kind of why she's more freaking out. So I think I called the other hospital. I said, call Kansas police just to make sure, if they come out, because not complete stuff is anyone that she really, if anybody could take them out. Yeah. Take it off. Okay. Apparently, I was going to tie it up. Yeah, no. Unfortunately, I wasn't there. I was stuck here. But we haven't given any calls to anything like that. Nobody was arrested or anything like that. All righty. All right, well, thank you. No problem. Good luck.
Okay, so the very first thing I'm going to say, I actually can hear this much, much better than I did. And I can actually even make out the words that they couldn't make out. So a Good Samaritan is the next one that you should call. But I'm going to tell you right now what she doesn't say. What does she not say on this phone call? His girlfriend called me hysterical thinking he got hit by a snowplow. Which is now the story of Karen supposedly said, why not follow this person? That she was concerned that he got hit by a snowplow. Does he have the other one? Does he have Karen's? Let me see. Oh, man, he's got a ton of stuff on this. No, we did this one the other day.
Do you want the one that Turtle Boy had from what was recorded on John's voicemail?
No, I wanted to see if Microdots cleaned that one up from Karen's. like he did with Carrie's. And I'm assuming Microdots is a he. I have no idea. Has done some. Maybe that's where I follow them at, because I know that name. Maybe I just don't. And I'm not a Twitter person. I'm trying to be better at it, because that's where Sleuthy hangs out, and I'm like, fine, I'll try it, but I'm not good at it. It's just not my. It's not my jam. Jen's. Did I say Karen's? Yes, I mean Jen's. Thank you. Yes, I mean Jen's. Jen's 911 call, not Karen's. I don't know why I said that. Twitter's a hell no. It's a hell no. I don't. It's a lot. They were originally planning to pin it on a plow, but switched it to blaming Karen. Well, I just think it's interesting that Carrie Roberts does not say on that call at all, Karen thinks he got hit by a plow. His girlfriend thinks he got hit by a plow.
People thought they heard Jen McCabe say on the 911 call that they flipped him over.
Oh, well, that's why we need to see if there's somebody who has actually gone through it. So they play the 911 call from Jen McCabe. They play the dash cam video, and his car is actually the one that is right behind Officer Saraf's car, and it also has the dash cam video on. So when the defense uses it, Sergeant Goods is the one on the bottom. He says when he got there, John was in the ambulance, and Officer Saraf showed him where John was approximately 8 to 10 feet from the street. He talks to Jen, and then he talks to Karen. He said the wind was really loud, so it was hard to hear them. So he had Karen sit in the car to keep her warm. He said, well, she was hysterical. She was in shock. Karen said, is he dead? Is he dead? Karen couldn't remember if she drove or if somebody else drove her there. He said that Lank got there at about 6:25 and Gallagher arrived around 7. They then talks to Carrie Roberts. Karen is in and out of the car, pacing around. It's the same thing that Officer Saraf said too. So he told Carrie to take Karen home. Karen's dad called him saying Karen was making suicidal comments and he wanted her in protective custody. He contacted Carrie because he had just gotten her contact information, contacts her and says, bring Karen back. We were talking about this on Saturday or on Sunday when we were doing the live from the week before about who actually is the one who Section 12's her. So we thought maybe Mulaney, but we couldn't tell if somebody told him to do it. So now we know. So Good tells Mulaney to fill out the Section 12 paperwork. So Mulaney is technically the one who Section 12's her at the direction of Sergeant Good. Karen is taken to the hospital, and her dad is contacted, letting him know that she's being taken to the hospital. The dad wanted her in protective custody. He was worried about her, according to Sergeant Good. So he tells Jen McCabe that she needs to wake up the people in the house, and the lights go on in 34 Fairview. Both he and Lank went in and spoke to Brian and Nicole, the homeowners, for about 20 to 25 minutes. He knows Brian as the brother of his fellow officer, Kevin Albert. Jen McCabe's husband showed up around 7, so Lank went back in to get a statement from Jen. Or Lank went back at 9 a.m. to get a statement from Jen. Gallagher, no. Lank went back in to get a statement from Jen. That's not right. He went, maybe that's what he says, but that's not right. He goes in to get the statement from Matt. Gallagher wanted to tape off the scene, so Good did. He went home to get the leaf blower, and he videotaped Gallagher using the leaf blower, which exposed blood and glass. Gallagher had told them all to move their vehicles to get clearer pics, and he cleared the curb with his shoe, which is shown in the photos of the berm. And I think that's the direct. So let's stop and talk about the direct, and then we'll go to cross. I mean, dang, I'll have to come back to replay. We had to take shelter. Ooh, be careful. When you get back, we're going to ask you a lot of questions about the weather, Amy.
Over and over and over and over. Then we need to talk to a neighbor too to make sure.
We're going to talk
all
to the
neighbors.
Yep. I talk to the neighbors.
Your all story better be the same.
And see what kind of storm you really had. Okay, so if they saw blood in the snow when police initially arrived, they wouldn't even need a warrant. It's one of the few exceptions to warrant requirement on exigent circumstances. To be able to search inside the house, or would they have still been restricted to only searching outside the home?
And sometimes I noticed that they were trying to make it seem like it was directly on the property line. It really wasn't.
No.
You know what I mean? They act like half of him was on the property line and the other half was in the yard. He was fully in the yard.
I would love to hear Mr. Steve's take on this. I agree with you. Why did Lolly not ask him? Or what did Lolly not ask him? What did Lolly not ask Sergeant Good about? If he heard Karen Reed say, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him. Nanya. We're a week and a half in, and Lolly has proven that there was snow and that Karen loved John.
And Nanya.
It's got a lot more weeks.
He also proved that he's a lying ass bitch and there was no grass under John's body.
Not once does he mention what Katie said. Well, that Katie doesn't tell him, right? Did Katie tell him? Because Sarath is the one who's supposedly standing there with Katie, and then he says, "Go get Sergeant Good," right? So yeah, that's not talked about at all. Did they go get Sergeant Good? Is there
Yeah, but
anything from that?
Seraph didn't hear that anyway.
Sarath, well, he started to say he heard it, and then they get him on cross with, "Well, you didn't write it down in anything. You didn't tell anybody about it. This is
Yeah, he
essentially
said
the
he
first
never
time we're
heard
hearing
of.
about it."
He heard the whole like. Claims he heard the whole like. This is my fault or whatever. But they directly
Right.
asked him if he ever heard anybody say, "I hit him, I hit him, I hit him," and he said he never heard those words. I don't think we're done seeing Katie.
Oh, I don't think so either. I think after Caitlin, I think we're going to see Katie again. They're going to impeach the shit out of her. Defense asked Good, and he says he never heard it. Yeah, okay, let's go there. Then Triple Diamond says, if there was a dying man on the front lawn who looked to be assaulted, who came from or was supposed to be going to that house, they should have had reason to go into that house. I think so too. Exigent circumstances can also include a perpetrator who may get away. So let's say John was beat up by a stranger who secretly hid in the Alberts cellar, unbeknownst to the Alberts.
That's actually an excellent point.
What? That Katie doesn't specify who the officer is?
No, that well, yeah, but
Exigent
also
circumstances?
what Travis said about, or who was it? Yeah, Danielle, about. So I was thinking that exact thing when we were talking about it the last time, when I was like, how did they know Jennifer McCabe didn't just stab him to death? And now she's just walking away and nobody sees her do it.
Nobody
They're
cares.
like, we didn't ever.
That's because Jen McCabe didn't say she stabbed him to death. So if Jen McCabe had said it, then they would have believed her.
That's true. But they had that, what do they call it? They actually gave it a name, that door, the double doors. We always called them storm cellar doors, but the ones that go into the ground, there could have been someone that saw those and opened them up and hid in their basement. And if they didn't go in their basement, they wouldn't know somebody was down there,
True.
That's a good point.
Okay, so now we're on cross with Yannetti. So talks about that he went to high school with Courtney Proctor, who's Michael Proctor's sister. I couldn't really make out this name. He says he went to high school with Jewel Daniel. Somebody might know better than me, but basically it's Julie's sister.
Jill?
So Julie Albert's sister. I couldn't make out her name.
So
Jill?
Julie Albert's maiden name is Julie Daniels.
Right. So was their sister's name Jill?
Yes.
Okay. I couldn't make that out. I was like, what?
Yeah, Jill Daniels.
Okay. So Jill, I'll fix that on here now that I know that. Jill. Okay. I was like, what is he saying?
I read that before we did this and I was like, what is she typing? I had no idea what that was.
I was trying to figure out.
I
put a bunch of question marks so I'd ask you guys. See, this is once again, I make the report so I know more about why I did what I did instead of somebody else making it. He says he did know Chris Albert personally, Kevin Albert professionally. He's asked, would you have Kevin Albert's back? Teamwork is what you guys are taught. And he's like, yes, as a cop, I would have his back. But Yannetti's trying to get him to say, no, that's your buddy. You're going to have his, that's your brother. Your brother in blue. You're going to have his back. Primary investigator for reconstruction analysis. No, they start talking about this CARS report, and he's like, no, that's the state police. Notified that Canton was no longer on the case on the 29th. The state police take over all homicide cases per protocol. He did not help with the reconstruction of the accident. Said he's known Brian Higgins for about 5 to 10 years. He knows that Berkowitz and Higgins are friends. He worked 12 to 8 in dispatch and stayed in the office the whole time until 6 o'clock when he got the call to leave. That was kind of confusing. He said 1:30 a.m. he saw Brian Higgins arrive. He actually sees him on the screen or in person. He can't remember which, but he actually sees him arrive and doesn't think it was weird. He said it's not unusual for Brian to come in. He never said why he was there. I thought that was really weird. I'm like, Brian Higgins just shows up in the middle of the night to go to work? That's a common thing? I don't know. I thought that was weird. So the police report says 34 Fairview, not 32, but the face sheet says 32. So just more inaccuracy in police reports is what the defense is trying to prove here. He wanted to respond to the call himself, so he called somebody else in to come and cover the desk. He called 2 off-duty officers to join him at the scene, which is Lank and Gallagher. He knew the home belonged to Brian Albert. He never went into the cellar to see if there was evidence. He was the 3rd officer on the scene. He heard Karen screaming when he arrived. He said the scene was chaotic. He doesn't recall Carrie telling Karen to shut the fuck up. They go over the dash cam. Like I said, his dash cam he's right behind Officer Saraf's car. He left the scene around 7:50 a.m. He never saw Brian Albert come out of his home. When he got there, John was in the ambulance. He was not aware that John was missing a shoe. He never heard Lank ask Brian that or ask when Brian learned that John was in his front yard. This gets sustained. It's objected and sustained because hearsay. Never asked Brian why he didn't come out of his house. So when he went in the house to talk to Brian and Nicole, he never says, like, why, hey, where you been? Like, why didn't you come outside? Never asked him that. Says police officers are trained first responders. So he does know that Brian's a police officer and that Brian would be a first responder, Brian Albert. Says after the call, he went back to the station. He never spoke to Kevin that day and doesn't really remember when he talked to Kevin about what happened outside of his brother's home. He says he knows it was within a few months. He said this was important too, and it's just some of these things that are asked, like they have no relevance necessary to the person that they're asking him to, but they will later. It says a scene is where something happens. Like that's clear to you, right, Sergeant Good? Like a scene is where something happens. Like you don't question when I say a scene that I'm talking about 34 Fairview. And he says, no, it's clear. Then you say scene. Like Sergeant Good agrees. Like, no, you say scene. I know you're talking about 34 Fairview. This will come up with Proctor because Proctor writes in his report that he responded to the scene, and he's actually now he's trying to say he was actually responding to Jen McCabe's house, which would not be a scene. So he's making the point with Sergeant Good, like you guys all know when I say scene what I mean, right? Like if I write down the scene, where was I going? He's like, you were going to 34 Fairview. He said that if he had heard Karen say, I hit him, his reports would have included her saying that. Says he did a thorough search of the area. The leaf blower worked great. He's another one that's very proud of this leaf blower. He doesn't believe he used hands to search in the snow because that's not him. He's the one recording. That's Lank that's actually touching the snow. They did find blood droplets collected by Lank and Gallagher. They found 0 pieces of taillight, no shoe, no hat. Nobody talks about this belt, so I'm wondering if it's not really missing. Nobody's asked about this belt. Did they end up finding the belt somewhere or something? Because nobody cares about this belt. It's the hat and the shoe.
No, I think they're waiting.
Like I think or something else happens with the belt. I don't know. Or maybe they never ever find the belt. I don't know.
Yeah, the belt's not in evidence.
Yeah, I don't know. So I'm like, but nobody talks about it yet. Nobody's brought up the belt yet. So he talks about that it is important to secure the crime scene. A tent would have been useless. They tried to use crime scene tape. He said, this is interesting to me because they bring out his report and it says one name in the report is not spelled in full. And he's trying to figure out, like, why did you like exclude this name from your report? And he says, what's the name that's not in full? And Sergeant Good said Brian Albert's name. And so he's asked, like, did you guys intentionally mask that this was Brian Albert's house and mask it was Brian Albert's name? He says no. He says Colin Albert was at the house, but you don't mention him in your report. So Colin Albert was at the house the night before, but you don't mention him. This was a point of contention in a ton of hearings that the defense didn't even know that Colin Albert was in the home for months and months and months because nobody mentions him in any reports. So this is why they think this is where the whole Colin Albert ends up being considered a POI on social media, because otherwise why would the police be doing so much to hide the fact that Colin Albert was in the home the night before. Brian Higgins' address was also not included in the report. His address was actually written down as the Canton PD. And all police reports are supposed to have the address of the people. But since they're trying to say, like, hey, because you know him and he's an ATF agent, you guys didn't bother to figure out his actual address and write it down like you're supposed to do for any witness. Brian Higgins is technically a witness. He's not an officer on this case. He's a witness. And you didn't follow the proper protocols. So he's shown his own report, and it's dated. This was kind of weird to me, too. It seemed like it was dated incorrectly because it says January 9th, 2022 at 6:08 a.m. There's an objection and then a sidebar, and then they're done for the day. He gets off the stand because they bring in Lank. They bring in Lank to do voir dire. So this kind of gets all kind of messy. So I kind of just put it back in order of just the person to try to keep it more streamlined and understanding what happened. But just to tell you guys that this now is when Sergeant Good comes back on day 6 on Tuesday and gets finished being cross-examined. Is there anything else you want to say about Sergeant Good from Monday, Sleuthy? Or anybody in chat? Nobody has testified that he was even wearing a belt. Yeah, nothing said about a belt.
I don't think so. But the picture. Wait, are we on cross? Oh, we didn't get to the part where he's asked about the pictures.
Not yet. So yeah,
Okay.
that's technical. Because that's why I tried to streamline it by putting it all together, even though that's not till the next day. Just because I didn't know if we should be jumping back and forth between people. Didn't they also call the hospital the scene? Did they? I don't remember that. I don't remember him calling the hospital the scene.
In fact, Good, like he acted like that was a ridiculous question when he was like, which scene? And he like looked like, what are you even talking about? There's one scene. And you know that was for Proctor.
That's absolutely going for Proctor. So I don't know if they're trying to end it here with going into the stuff about the photos that they bring up the next morning. But it was kind of weird. So when he comes in on Tuesday morning, Yannetti's like, hey, are you familiar with the key swipe system at Canton Police Department? He's like, officers have what it's like a credit card that you can scan into each room. He says all the officers have one. They go back and forth about this because he doesn't understand the software. So he keeps asking him questions about like how things are recorded. And he's just like, I don't know how it's tracked. I don't know where it's kept. I don't know anything about the software. They had a stipulation between the Commonwealth and the defense about the key swipe records to show who was in and out of the police department that night. They reviewed the report before taking the stand. He reviewed his own report before taking the stand, scanned over it for a few minutes, and hasn't spoken to anyone about it. This is where they start to gets kind of weird. So supplemental was done by Lank, and Lank adds specific names, and one name was not in full. He does agree that reports like this should be transparent for the reader, and it's, to be able to share facts about what you've investigated or what the scene, what you found or anything like that. It should be very clear and concise to be able to share the info. So he shows him 2 face sheets. And the 2 face sheets, he says, are identical except for the date. And then Yannetti's like, no, that's the date that it was printed. Just ignore that. Let's talk about the actual contents of the report. Are they the same 2 reports, same 2 face sheets? And he said, yes, identical information, identical time, identical case number, all of that. So the first printed report shows a photo of the berm, the way that we just looked at it a minute ago. Just the berm with, I can pull it back up, where they wiped it with their shoe. So they just wiped it off. So it's the berm with just their regular old berm. And this is added to the report when he uploads the photos. So he uploads the photos that he took with his initial report, and that's on there. Now, the second time the report is printed, it's wonky, and there's a different photo that takes over the front of the face sheet. I don't know if he actually even knows why or how that happens. He kept trying to explain it, and Yanetti's like, I'm sure that Mr. Lally over here will take care of you answering those questions, but for right now, I'm asking the questions, so just listen to me.
Well, he basically says that another officer would have added a supplement and then attached photos to it. And then so when it was printed, it had a different photo on top. He was also, Jesus.
Whoa.
That's what I get for trying to do too many things at once. So he said he didn't know who it was that would have done that, but it was Lank, because he was the last person to add a supplement. But he also, my question would be, and I was surprised they didn't ask, my question would have been like, do officers not add the pictures to their supplements? So that could have been any picture of any crime scene added to your report that you're responsible for, and you don't know what
Right.
it is or where it came from. And he said he didn't know who did it, which is weird to me. But that's why
Well, he
Lank was
tried
next.
to tell him that Lank did the supplement, but he doesn't understand. I don't think he can explain like how these photos like get switched around. Like, how does that happen?
I don't get how they would. I don't know why you would add a new picture on top of his report. Like, if I'm writing a supplement, I'm attaching the photo to my supplement.
But somehow their software or their system, when you add the supplement to the main file, and since he's the one who created the main file, it like updates the face page, but yet the other information is still the same. I don't know. I was gonna try to pull those up because I had. Let's see if I saved the other picture. Hopefully I did. Hold on. I'm gonna try to find that picture. I know I had it on here, but I know I just saw it somewhere else too. Did you put it on yours or no? On your Twitter?
Put what?
The photo, the second photo, the one that ends up added in.
Yeah, it's the. Hold on.
I thought I saved the photo, but I can't find it. In 38 years, I've never heard of a system doing that, like changing the page.
It's in the spreadsheet. In the I'll put it in the back chat. It's in the exhibits tab.
I have your spreadsheet right here. I'll just grab it.
All right. So go to exhibits, and then I believe it's in the second column.
Oh, right here.
Yeah, there's one, and then the other one's like right above it, I think.
Yeah, that one I have. It's this one.
Yep.
This one that all of a sudden now on the 4th, this is the one that Berkowitz supposedly found, right?
Click that arrow that's pointing up towards your picture.
With the arrow that's pointing up towards my picture.
Yeah, go up with your mouse. Up, 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 to the right, down, down, down again. Right there.
This one?
Yeah. Oh, are you trying to save it?
No, I was trying to just make it big.
Mm.
It won't be big for me. I want it to be big. Like I want to click on it and zoom in on it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, let me put it in a, hold on.
That's fine. I think most people know what we're talking about. Seriously, can't believe more people are not watching you ladies. Yeah. You know, it's a Wednesday night. They might be busy.
Hmm.
No one had to work hard to challenge the investigation. Prosecutors lost hearsay at X opportunity to clarify why face sheet. I'm in spreadsheet mode. Expand my columns. Let me see. It doesn't want to open now. It's okay.
I'm going to send it on Messenger.
I think I have it. I found it. I found it. I knew I saved it. I just didn't know where the hell I saved it to. I found it.
That's like super clear. How is that one clear?
I don't know.
Like you can see the grass on that one.
Yeah, you can see it. The berm, the grass.
That looks like actual trash. Oh, this is the one that Berkowitz found when he was just driving down the road.
That's what I think. That's the Berkowitz one. And then, hold on, I have the other photo here too. So I'll pull this up so that you can see the face sheets. Here it is. Maybe. Here. So you can see the face sheet has, it's just the regular photo where they just wiped it away with their feet. And then here's the updated photo that changes on the face sheet and has the one with the tail light in it. I don't understand that, and I don't think he understood it either. So he was like just trying to explain, like, hey, somebody updates it, it just gets updated. Like that's just how it goes. But he doesn't know the system. He already asked him about the system. He already asked him how the software works. He doesn't understand the software, so he can't actually testify to why this picture would have been changed or how it would have changed. All right. Let's see. Let's get out this. So they talk about the berm, one with the tail light piece. He said he did not update the photo himself. He doesn't know who took supplemental and added the photo. Janetti tries to say, don't you think that's misleading? That's objected to and sustained. He tries it again a different way, also objected and sustained. Said nothing on the reports that identify when the photos were taken. So anybody who happens to open the report now and sees that photo, and the face sheet report date is because it's Goods, Sergeant Goods, and it shows that he went there on 129. That means that photo looks like it was taken on 129. Like they found taillight pieces on 129. And he's like, that's not true. There was no taillight pieces found on 129, so it's misleading. So then redirect comes up with Mr. Lawley, and he says, Chris Albert is a selectman now, but he was not at the time of the incident. He says that's correct. He says John was 10 to 12 feet from the property line from the home next door. So he was 10 to 12 feet into the property line of the Alberts. He'd been to 34 Fairview years ago with Lank for a hit and run on the younger brother, Timothy Albert, in about 2009. That's what he remembers it to be. They talk about the face sheet, and it's just the top of the report. It's literally just the basic info. Why the fuck is there a photo there at all then? Said photos can be changed based on the supplemental reports, but nobody can explain why, and that it is misleading and it shouldn't be. Doesn't know the software, so he can't speak to how it chooses which photo would go on the face sheet. Recross with Yannetti says Tim Albert, which is the younger brother. The evidence was really strong in that case, right? You'd agree that there was a lot of evidence in that case. Tim Albert had a hit and run. We only know about Tim Albert's hit and run now because of Lank, but we'll get to him. Like I said, these guys kind of testified all kind of wonky. because of the voir dire or voir dire, whichever way you want to say it. So he says, like, you would agree that that was like really important, like a really, strong evidence in that case, because from the hit and run, you follow the transmission fluid, it takes you to the Albert's residence, it's coming from Tim Albert's car, so he's the one who that car is the one from the hit and run. And he agrees that it was good evidence. And then he said, well, but all Tim Albert's charges were dropped. There was nothing ever prosecuted. And he doesn't get to answer that. And Lally objects, and it's sustained, and that's the end of Sergeant Good. Do better than me. I can't say it either way. So I just think that's kind of funny that now it is out, but it's sustained and stricken from the record. But now the public knows Tim Albert's charges were all dropped. There was nothing ever happened with Tim Albert. Okay, so we're gonna go back in time for a hot minute. We're gonna go back to Monday because Lieutenant Michael Lank comes in for the voir dire. And so you see my screens are backwards because this is the defense who wants to talk to him and figure out what they're going to be allowed to question him about when he actually takes the stand. So during this process, there is no jury. There's no jury listening to this. So this takes place Monday afternoon before the end of the day. I'm just going to kind of go through this story. What they're trying to get in is the ability to question Lieutenant Lank on a fight that he got into in 2002 in defending Chris Albert, his friend. There was some wonky things that happened where Chris Albert goes in, hi the good Nunya. Chris Albert goes up to him after they were at a bar and both had drinks. I don't think they were at the bar together, but goes up to his car and is like, hey, I got these guys that are picking on me and so on and so forth. And then the guys are like coming, and I couldn't understand their last name. Somebody might be able to spell it for me and I can fix it. But it was like Alfredo and Mark Lapalato. Maybe you'll spell it for me later. Put it in chat, like, so I can fix this. I was like, I don't have a clue what that person's name is, but there was these brothers. They keep saying like he activated his police status. Lapalito. Okay, now both of you spelled it different. Thanks a lot, guys. Lapalato. Lapalito. Okay, Okay, I'll fix it. Thank you. Hold on. L-O-P-I-L. P-I-L-A-T-O? Lapalato. That looks good. Okay. See? That's what you guys help me with. The shit that I can't understand. I'm like, I have no idea. There's one. I don't even know if you read through this yet, but there's one that there was an objection. There was an objection, and then there was a bunch of sirens. So I couldn't understand what she ruled on the objection, but they didn't re-ask the question, so I assumed it was sustained. And I wrote that in my notes. I'm like, I think it was sustained, but I couldn't understand it. So it was just funny. Lapalato. Okay, we got it. So anyway, they just want to bring in and have the ability to question him on the fact that he was enacting or activating his police status, even though he was drunk or drinking at a bar, in order to protect Chris Albert from the Lapalito brothers. And then he says that they believe that he purposely, or that the Canton PD purposely does not allow the Lapalito brothers to press charges against him and tells him to like go away. And then he gets to file a report that Mark Lapalito is the one who started the fight. And so when they go to try to press charges, they're not able to because it says they started the fight. So then they end up in like a federal court case, a federal civil court case lawsuit, and he's not sure. He signed a non-disclosure. This is 22 years ago. He's like, I'm not really sure what I'm allowed to talk about. He says he would have done that for anybody back then, not just Chris, is his response. I'm trying to think if there's anything else like super important because some of it gets kind of repetitive with his actual testimony. Lolly says, the investigation to take out charges on Tim Albert there because they talk about Tim Albert, they talk about this accident. That's why I said we know by the next morning when Good hits the stand that we know about this Tim Albert accident. So essentially, Tim Albert has a hit and run, goes back to 34 Fairview, which is where he lived at the time. They followed the transmission trail. He couldn't cover it up. He did his job, but then Jackson's like, well, did you do any type of DUI investigation? Did you ever try to figure out why he ran? And he said, no, Tim just said he was really sorry and that he was scared. So, but yet he has no record. He has no record of this hit and run ever happening, and nobody ever bothered to find out if he was under the influence of drugs or alcohol at the time of this hit and run accident. So another thing that happens with the Albert family that the Canton Police Department is trying to cover up. Anything about the voir dire for you, Sleuthy?
Do what now?
Anything about Lank's voir dire from Monday afternoon? That's important
Oh, no.
for you? Okay. Okay, so Tuesday, he takes the stand and is questioned by the Commonwealth. It says that he got a call from Sergeant Good at 6:08 a.m. There was a Boston officer in the snow in grave condition. He learned it was John O'Keefe. He arrived at the scene at about 6:25. He was the fourth officer on the scene. Saraf, Mulaney, and Good were already there. John was in the ambulance when he was there. He was told that John was about 8 feet from the road, left of the property. He spoke to Jen McCabe in front of Saraf's cruiser, so they talk about that on the dash cams. He saw Carrie, doesn't remember ever even seeing Karen, knows that they were there around the same time, but doesn't actually remember seeing her. He contacts the CPAC unit, wanted them to be aware, left a message. The state police have jurisdiction over all unattended deaths. This is another big thing that they keep talking about. Hold on one second, I'll be right back. Sleuthy, if you have anything you want to add, go ahead.
I don't think, but I was just looking at the pictures of her car outside of for the jury view. Wonder why they had the back window down.
They're tinted windows in the back, so I thought they were down so that people could actually see inside the vehicle. Was my assumption.
Maybe without touching it, like without getting up on the. But I sent you pictures of the three. Wait, maybe I didn't. I thought I did. Yeah, I did. Of the three like taillights, and I'm sorry, but like I'm just not understanding even how it's the same thing. Like it looks like her car was fixed. I don't know.
Oh, that's another Albert, bro. That's a whole nother story. Nobody talked about that yet during trial. That is Chris Albert.
Yeah, there is. I'm wondering if they're waiting until he comes up to bring that.
That's
shit
another
up.
car accident that's not been brought up yet. So I don't know which one of these officers are the ones that dealt with that, but that's a completely different car accident.
It was Chris, and I hope he brings it up when he's on the stand. In fact, I have them all.
Right, but the one that they talk about so far in testimony is Tim's car accident, not Chris's.
Correct.
Yeah, there's multiple. There's multiple situations.
That's why I'm saying that it doesn't make any sense that they didn't think that these people, like, you now have two brothers who have hit and killed people. I'm just not understanding why, and we're drunk. Like, I'm not understanding why you wouldn't have concern.
Because it's the Albert brothers.
To be fair, Chris Albert did go to jail for 6 months. We can't give it to you right now.
can give it to you right now. They keep saying Chris Albert's on the stand. Caitlin, we know Caitlin's taking the stand tomorrow. I think if there's time, we'll probably see Chris. But I thought it was Caitlin that was on tomorrow.
You know, I'm thinking they may have to.
Tim Albert didn't kill anybody. He just had a hit and run. He didn't kill the lady.
I'm thinking that they may wait. Well, so I think they may get everyone who like says they didn't go to the house out first. So maybe Chris is tomorrow. Well, no, because Caitlin was at the house. It doesn't make much sense to switch then back to someone who wasn't inside the house.
You think they're going to do like Chris and Julie for being at Waterfall?
Yeah, but they're past that now if they're going to. Oh, well, they might call Caitlin after. So maybe they're going to do Chris and Julie and then
Caitlin.
Yeah. I hope that Weasel don't wiggle his wormy ass way out of this. He's the one that invited him there. He needs to be on the stand.
Lolly at the beginning of the week had initially said that he planned on having Caitlin midweek.
And Chris was in his opening, so he's got to put Chris.
What do you mean there's no court on Friday? Why do we have court on Friday? I thought there
wasn't, but then people say I'm wrong. I think it's now going to be Monday, Wednesday, Friday, full days, Tuesday,
Thursday half days. What I looked up last night because I screwed up and I said that you and I would do a live sometime today. I was thinking maybe we could do daytime, and then because I thought that the docs for Delphi would be out tonight, and I would do Delphi tonight. And then I was like, wait a minute, there's trial tomorrow in Karen Reed's. I was thinking last week's schedule, so I looked it up and it says full days Monday, Wednesday, Friday, and then half days Tuesday, Thursday. And since no court on Friday, you get extra time to illegally prep them. I hope that's not true because otherwise now I'm going to have one day to recap. Well, I don't know if it's a really fucking good day. I might want one day to recap.
I think someone told me. I think someone told me that was like a holiday or something. That's why they did a half day or off. I don't remember.
Okay, somebody we'll figure out before we're done here if we actually have court on Fridays. We'll figure it out. I don't remember them saying anything today when they left. I don't know. I think you're going to go Chris and then Caitlin, and with a half day, they're going to end her before cross if they make it that far. Chris is the pizza place owner, yes. There's Brian, Kevin, Chris, and Tim. There's another one, but I don't remember his name right now.
Who'd you say? Brian,
Kevin, Chris, and Tim. I think there's 5 though, but I don't remember the other one's name. I don't know if maybe there isn't. Maybe it was just 4. There is court on Friday. Okay. All right, so let's see. A lot of this is kind of repetitive from what we already know. So I'm just going to kind of skim through it. Proctor returned his call and said they would not be responding. He told Jen McCabe to wake up the homeowners. He did not see any homeowners or neighbors come outside. He did see the light on 34 Fairview, so he went in to speak with them. I don't know why I put knew that way. I need to fix that. Knew Brian Albert was the oldest of the Albert brothers because he grew up in Canton. He's coached youth sports for about 9 years. He has a civil relationship with Brian. They don't actually socialize. He went in, spoke with the homeowners just inside the door. Brian seemed like he had just woken up. They talked for about 20 minutes. He said Brian Higgins was not there at the first interview, but was there later. And Lolly kind of cuts it off. And he's like, we'll get to that. And I thought, okay, they don't ever get back to that, though. They don't ever talk about it again. So he says, but he was there later, which is the time, if you remember, Gallagher, who also is friends with Brian Higgins and knows Brian Higgins, was like, I don't know if Brian was there or not. So he says after they got done with the initial interviews, they went back outside and they spoke with Gallagher. The crime scene tape was a futile effort. It was just it didn't work. There was 2 marked police patrol cars that were out there, so they were kind of securing the scene, which was Mulaney and Sarah. I was messing up his name. He observed Gallagher using the leaf blower, and Sergeant Good recorded it. He saw what appeared to be blood drops and a glass. When Matt McCabe came back, he went back into the house, or when Matt McCabe arrived, he went back into the house to talk to him for about 5 minutes. I wonder if they're going to bring Matt with Jennifer, because Matt isn't actually a huge player in most of this. So he would have been a short witness too, like today's witnesses. They secure the drinking glass in an evidence bag. Hopefully an evidence bag. That one actually looks more like an evidence bag than the other ones, but who knows? Blood drops are secured in the 6 solo cups. It says state police have crime scene units to process the crime scenes. They secured the solo cups in the evidence bag and transported it back to Canton PD in temporary evidence so they could turn it over to the state police, assigned a property number and a label, and there was an OF report made. It's accessible to all the officers. The temporary evidence place believes they were all turned over to the state police. Box of evidence with evidence tape, bag in box, case number. Okay, they're going over the broken glass. This one, the reason I wrote all this down was because this is a box of evidence with evidence tape. There is a bag inside the box that also has evidence tape and also has evidence numbers written, like the case number written on the bag. And so he takes it all out, just like, you'd see in a typical trial. He's going through, he's opening the bag, he puts his evidence gloves on. He's like, you have evidence gloves with you, don't you? And immediately I thought, Lally told him, make sure you put evidence gloves in your pocket so you look like you're prepared. So that one is all done correctly. So it changes when there's what becomes of the issues with the actual bag of these 6 glasses, these 6 solo cups. He says that Jen called him on a cell phone at 9 a.m. And so he and Gallagher went back. They stayed there for about 5 to 10 minutes. On February 4th, Gallagher called him to tell him to go back to Fairview and meet with Berkowitz. He says Tim Taylor was also there. This was interesting to me. Why would Gallagher have Lank go back to meet with Berkowitz? Why wouldn't they have just called Proctor or Buchnick? Why would Lank even need to be there at all?
At 7:58 or whatever, when he was pronounced dead, then Proctor shouldn't have been saying they weren't going to come, right? In fact, he probably should have been saying, don't touch anything or do anything.
Yeah. Well, they don't. That's already done by the time that he's pronounced dead. They're already done. They leave the scene at 8 o'clock. All this leaf blower stuff is all before John's dead.
Well, so then as soon as he's pronounced dead, they do leave. But then they go back at 9.
They left right around the same exact time as John is pronounced dead at the hospital. Yeah.
Right, but then they go back when Jennifer calls at 9.
Right.
In
but
fact,
remember, they go back when Jennifer calls at 9, but they're no longer doing investigative interviews on this case.
But at 9,
but I don't know why would Berkowitz or Gallagher have Lank go back to the scene on the 4th when they're not doing anything with this case anymore. They don't have anything to do with this case.
Because they have to show them where John's body was.
They have to show Berkowitz?
Oh, no, not Berkowitz.
That's why I don't understand why Lank had to go back on the 4th. So Berkowitz does this drive-by.
Oh, because Berkowitz found tail light.
But Lank isn't collecting evidence. Proctor and Buchnick are.
Yeah, I really don't know. I tried.
It just doesn't make sense to me. I'm like, why would he even be there? Why did they have him go there?
So
I'll check something real quick.
On the 4th, he tells him to go meet Berkowitz. And that's because at 8:50 in the morning, Berkowitz finds a piece of taillight. They let MSP know that they found taillight. But instead of staying there and waiting for Proctor to get there, they took a picture, collected it themselves, and brought it back to the police station.
But they shouldn't be doing anything with this case. They already know that there's the appearance of a conflict of interest.
No, I agree.
They've already determined that. It would just seem like you'd put, even if you're not going to touch it yourself, you'd call a uniform, have them sit there on it until Proctor or Buchnick show up, since they're the ones in charge of the case. You don't want to, you shouldn't touch it at all. But I don't know. It was weird. I thought he said Tim Taylor, but maybe he did say Tom Keller, who is the lieutenant, the deputy chief from across the street. Maybe I heard it wrong. I just heard Tim Taylor, and I was like, I don't know who the hell Tim Taylor is besides Tim the Toolman Taylor. So I could have just written it down wrong. So I'll double check that and fix it if it is wrong. He got a call from Berkey that he had found evidence and had him come to log it in. But it just doesn't make sense to me. Because Canton PD never separated from this case, even though they keep saying they did. They towed the car to Canton PD. The Canton PD is the one who removes the taillight.
Well, and Proctor allowed them to do that.
Proctor allowed him to, yeah. I don't. Technically tickling the top layers of evidence with a 10-foot leaf blower isn't touching it. Well, he leans down. They don't even ask him about that, but he's the one who actually leans down and touches something with his snow glove.
I almost wonder if they said to Proctor, you know, we'll keep investigating and you just go do all the interviews. You know, because he made it a point to say they only decided not to do the interviews.
Correct. But I mean, what are they investigating? I don't know.
I don't know either.
I think Tom iOS the connection with Aaron, who is the connection with Katie, connection with Proctor. Okay, so he does talk about that the weather had changed, that the temperature had increased, and there'd been some rain. And so the snow had melted since he was there on the 29th. He says that Berkowitz brought his attention to the taillight piece that Berkowitz was driving by and saw. He contacted CPAC and Buchnick arrived at the scene. Why Berkowitz couldn't have done that himself, or Gallagher after Berkowitz called him, but whatever. I guess only Lake can do that. Buchnick secured item into the evidence bag, reviewed photos, pic of berm with taillight piece, close-up of the piece. That's this one. That's that picture. Yeah, looks huge. No measurements, no scale. And I can remember that damn word earlier. Yeah, no scale on that photo either. Okay, so now we go to cross, and the judge has to give the jury some instructions about what's going to happen here, because they're going to talk about this 2002 case, and she doesn't want to confuse the jury, so she just lets them know. She just says, like, hey, 2002 case, that evidence can be considered based on the credibility of this particular witness and the thoroughness of this case. The jury can use it to whatever extent they find it credible in deciding about bias or favoritism in law enforcement regarding the case. So she just gives them that instruction to make it so they're not confused about why we're talking about a case from 2002. A lot of this is repeated, so I'm going to try to go through it pretty quickly, and then we can talk about it. So he talks about that he knows Kevin, Chris, and Tim Albert. He's known Tim since he was 16. He's known Chris since he was in junior high, and he works with Kevin at Canton PD. He considered Chris a good friend. Remember, Chris is pizza place owner. Chris is selectman, but he wasn't selectman at the time. He got selected. He became elected selectman after. He considered Chris a good friend back then in junior high, high school, and into their 20s. In 2002, Chris approached him in a parking lot of a bar. He had some drinks prior. A fight breaks out. He engages in the fight. He was off duty. Jackson brings up, like, well, you were also off duty when you were called to the scene in 2022. And he said, well, I was only off duty. I wasn't due to work until 7:45 a.m. So he really just kind of reports to work about an hour early. He's like, it's not that big of a deal. So 2002, he calls the Canton PD officers to come to this bar parking lot, orders the officers to restrain one of the brothers. He says, no, I didn't, but they did restrain him. The 2002 physical fight with the other brother, he says, the other brother swung first and then he hit. He said one of the brothers fled and the other one was released, the one that was in cuffs, which is Alfredo. In 2002, no reports were written that night, and the brothers arrived the next day to file the complaint. And this is where the whole you activated your police officer status. And he's like, you know, I would have done this for any citizen. I was just trying to help somebody who was in trouble, and that person just happened to be Chris. I didn't do it because of Chris. Like he's saying, like, I did it because that's who I am, and the person I did it for happened to be Chris. So they go into that the Canton PD had perceived bias in 2022. He says yes. He doesn't remember when he recalled it was Brian's house, but he knew by the time he arrived there. So he says, I don't know if when I got the call, if I knew, or if I just figured it out when I was on my way. He's like, I don't remember when I realized it was, but I knew it was when I pulled up. So no dash cam because he was the one that was actually in the detective vehicle. An unmarked car was actually a detective truck. So they go over the other officers' dash cams, which he says he's actually already gone through. Notice Link didn't help the citizens on the other side of the fight. No, he doesn't. He doesn't help the Lapolito brothers, or however you say it. See, he distances himself currently to Chris. It felt shady. Well, I'm thinking that maybe there's some falling out because it doesn't seem that they hang out now. I'd be curious if they did. We're all tired. That's my excuse. I can't find my sleuthy spreadsheet. I have it right here. Do you want me to drop it for you? I'll drop you the sleuthy spreadsheet. Everybody needs a good sleuthy spreadsheet.
The Karen Reed one?
Yeah. It's also tough because 22 years ago, the shit I would have done is definitely not the shit I would do today. So when this was happening, and I'm like, obviously, I still think there's bias and this guy should not have been investigating. But I did feel kind of bad about this 2002 fight because I'm like, if I look back at shit I was doing in 2002, it's definitely not the shit I'm doing in 2022. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, but are you like still living in the same town, like with the same connections, with the same brother in law enforcement and brother in other law enforcement? Like you mean he's got his whole family, all his brothers are in law enforcement, pretty much, except for
Right.
Tim.
Right. I'll be Judge Bev. I'll give you that. I'll give you that. She does say that. She's like, no, I'm going to give it. They're like, objection. She's like, no, I'm going to give him that one. I don't know why she says that all the time.
I'll give them that. Meaning, I was prepared to say no, but I think I'll give them that one.
Yeah, I'm going to give him that one. She said, no, I'm going to give him that one. I don't want to see where this goes. I want to see what happens here. Like, she doesn't say that the other way around. I'm just like, what do you mean you're going to give it to him? Yeah, Link is like the poster child for personal growth. That's why I'm like, I don't know. It was a personal thing for me that I thought, I don't know if I'd really want to be judged on some shit that I did 22 years ago. Even if it goes to character, which I know that it does, and I absolutely understand that, but I'm just telling you, the person I was in 2002 is not the person I was in 2022. Very, very, very different. So I just thought of it like that. I was like, but that also doesn't take away that we have an entire family of Alberts, and it's not just his testimony, it's the totality of everybody's testimonies that really puts the Alberts in this like hierarchy that they shouldn't be in. So they start to review the dash cam from the other ones. Talks about that he met with Jen McCabe, did not recall she went inside the house at 6:34. So he's showing him where, like, you're in this dash cam. You're standing right here, or not. You're here. Yeah, no, he was there because he was the one that was there at 6:25. Like, you're standing right here in this dash cam. Jen McCabe is just walking into the house. She just walks inside at 6:34 in the morning, and nobody tells her not to. Like, everybody's just okay with that she's doing it. But he does remember that he told her that he would need to speak with Brian and Nicole. Why does he need Jen to do that? Don't know. I don't know why he doesn't just walk up to the door and talk to them himself. He knows them. Go knock on the door and say, "Hey, we need to talk to you." Miku's headphones says I was a whole 7 years old then. Damn you! But this is the same job town people group behaviors. I assume both you and I have literally changed as people. Well, you were 7. Of course you did. I wouldn't be judging him for 2022 if he wasn't framing a woman for murder in 2020. Okay, fair point. Fair point. Oh, Jason, way to make me feel old there. Miku, thanks. Appreciate that. 2022, I was 7. 2022, I was 23. Damn it. Hi, Scottish Queen. Good to see you. Good to see you. He could have avoided it if he had actually just stayed away from the... That's so good too, Ariel. So true. He kind of did do it to himself. T-shirt's older than you. Okay, so where were we at? Doesn't remember dash cam. Okay, so the review in the dash cam, they show him that here's Jennifer McCabe going in the house at 6:34. Jen had told him that John was supposed to be at the house the night before after they were out together. He's asked, like, do you not think it's important to separate the witnesses? This is the one where there was an objection and then there was sirens. So I have no idea what the answer was, but they never asked it again. So I assumed it was sustained. Do you guys remember this at all? Or maybe he does answer, but there's sirens. I don't know. There was an objection to it though, so I couldn't tell you. Who is Tom Beatty? Who's Tom Beatty? I'm confusing myself with people. Tom Keller? Sherry? I'm not sure. Tom Beatty? I know a Warren Beatty.
He's the one who Jen McCabe tried to call multiple times in the morning and then deleted it.
That's who that is.
Yeah.
Yes. That's who it is. Tom Beatty is the father of Aaron Beatty, and Colin Albert called Aaron Beatty at 12:33 a.m. Is he the guy from across the street?
No.
I have no idea.
Kelleher.
Keller, yeah, I put it as Keller, but it's like Kelleher.
Yeah.
That's the deputy, deputy chief. So two different guys. Is the guy across the street Tim or Tom? Now you got me going, Sherry. Is that Tim or Tom across the street? Got Tom and Aaron Beatty are supposed to testify that Colin called Aaron for a ride home. Yes. But now I got to know which one's across the street. Now I can't think if it's Tim or Tom. So on the dash cam, you can see at 6:35 a.m. that he ends up on the phone. He doesn't quite remember who he's on the phone with, so they won't really let him guess. But Sergeant Good is just kind of following him around while he's on the phone. I'm like kind of looking for like updates. At 6:37 a.m., you can see Carrie and Karen are seen leaving on the dash cam. And then at 6:39 a.m., the light comes on in the house, and he can't tell if he's actually still on the phone at that time. But essentially what that means is that from 6:34 to 6:39, Jen McCabe was inside the house without anybody there telling her to, or separating these witnesses. That was the whole point of that. She's in that house for 5 minutes and nobody is there with her. So they're able to, quote unquote, potentially get their story straight. Hi, Miranda Wrights. Kyra's not here, no. Bev said, don't guess, but then Lolly asked him to say who his guess was. I was going to ask about this, and Travis, if you're still here listening, maybe you can help me. Why in the world on direct or on redirect are they allowed to guess at the answer, but on cross they're not allowed to guess? Did you notice that, Sleuthy? He's like, well, I guess if I had to take an educated guess, I was on the phone with so-and-so.
Yeah, but I just
assumed Bev
was letting him do it and not letting them do it.
Yeah, all of them are allowed to guess. I'm like, I thought you keep telling them not to guess. Well, if you can't tell or if you don't know, then you don't know. Don't guess. We don't want
She
you to
wouldn't
guess.
even make him say yes or no. She wouldn't even make
No.
what's his face say yes or no. Like, because he kept saying sure.
Is there something about direct versus cross that they're allowed to guess, or is this just a lolly thing? Guessing is speculation. That's why I'm like, are they allowed to? Why are all these witnesses allowed to guess? If you guys are listening to the trial, then like listen for those little things that come up where they're like, well, I guess it was this person, or I guess I did this, or I would guess the next thing I did was that. It's Bev's rules. But anytime that they're gonna guess on cross, she's like, no, we do not want you to guess. She also told them she didn't want to waste the jury's time. Today was a waste of the jury's time.
She literally said she doesn't want repetitive testimony, and then she lets Lally put on repetitive testimony over and over and over again.
Neither side is objected to. She steps in when they're on cross and says, we don't want you to guess. If you're gonna guess, don't say it. But she doesn't ever step in when it's Lolly that's doing it. No objections. She just interrupts. So there you can see leaving. Paramedics, fire trucks, fire captain was all gone. He's unsure, but he can tell that they're not on the screen. Canton dispatch, not sure. Spoke to CPAC. Oh, they're talking about him talking to dispatch, and he keeps saying that he talked to the CPAC dispatch for sure, but he doesn't remember contacting Canton dispatch. So there's some confusion there. He's not sure if he's been in a fight or whatever is what he says on this dispatch call, apparently. On his voicemail, on this dispatch voicemail that he leaves. He said, not sure if he's been in a fight or whatever. He has head trauma. The scene is kind of crazy. So his initial reaction to the information he had gotten was not sure he's been in a fight or whatever. That was a very big point, in my opinion, for the defense. That his first instinct was that he potentially had been in a fight.
Plus, was that his first instinct, or did he get that from the people that he had spoken to?
No idea. Yeah. That's the first thing he's relaying to somebody else.
Right.
Huh. Scottish Green says, I have no idea what case you're talking about. That's okay. You can be here anyway. We're talking about Karen Reed's case. I actually cried today listening to Lolly's witnesses speak about John and Karen. I could feel their love for Karen and John from 800 miles away. They did seem like they really liked them and that they thought they were a good couple and they enjoyed, the times that they had. And the kids. They talk about like their kids were still hanging out with the kids. We haven't got to them yet, but they did. They seemed to really enjoy John and Karen.
Imagine like someone being on trial for murdering somebody that you love, but you also love that somebody, and you have to testify, and like can't bring yourself to even say, like, these people don't even, and when I say these people, like, I also mean Paul and Aaron so far. And it seems like people can't even bring themselves to try to be like hateful or remember, I think that what's going to happen is, and this is I'm going to put a prediction out there. All these people are testifying this way. But I think that when Jen McCabe gets on the stand, she's going to have nothing good to say about Karen. Just like the whole, like there were digs throughout this, like the comment about her. She said she thought she had her period. And I was like, no, that's from CVR from Joe. It's like, what the fuck did you say that for? Other than to be really embarrassing. So I think that Lally's gonna hang on to what he's gonna be able to get the kids to say about her, which is pathetic. And then what Jen's going to say. And to be honest, I said it before, that Whitley guy, I think it's possible that Carrie also said some things that she maybe wouldn't have said, but I think it might have got back to her that Karen was saying snarky things about her when they were trying to put her in a mental unit.
That's what I was wondering too. I wonder if they have proof of these conversations between these people. And not all of it will make it in as evidence, so we might not hear about it. But I'm wondering if they do know if they talk to each other. I would be interested in what Jen McCabe has to say, though, because
me too.
You remember, shit, who was it? Who was testifying? Was it
the testimony
Elaine?
today?
No. It was last week. We already went through it. They were talking about, I think it was when Katie was on the stand, and she's saying that she told, that Karen had said, I hit him. And there was this whole back and forth about, well, was she telling another woman that, or was it to her? And then she's like, well, she was answering my question, but she was looking at the other woman who was telling her to be quiet. And then I don't remember which attorney it was, Yannetti or Jackson, but he said, would it surprise you if the other person actually said that she said, did I hit him, or could I have hit him? And I thought that was Carrie Roberts, but then when you and I went back on Sunday and we were going through the dash cam, I'm like, that's not Carrie Roberts, that's Jen McCabe.
Yeah, well, but I think her stuff she said kind of evolved some, because when she called them at 9 a.m., when she called Michael Lank on his personal cell phone, and said, what she said was that, I should just pull it up, that Karen said in the car on the way there, and then also at the scene, could I have hit him? So it's almost like one person's testimony evolves, and then so does the other person's. You know what I mean? Like if Jen McCabe then goes down the road, days later and says that and this is just an example, says that she said, did I hit him? Or I hit him, then so does the person who says they heard what was said to her. But let me see. Here's the altered report, because the altered report has additional stuff that Lank put in here, which is why, he says here he attached a photograph. He said, I photographed the broken plastic as it was in the snow and will attach to this report. And that's the photo.
And that's the photo.
She said that when Reed was driving around with her and Roberts looking for the victim, she said something to the effect of, quote, I hope I didn't hit him. McCabe told us that she made these statements again at the scene when the victim was discovered. She thought that Reed may have made these statements in front of a police officer, but she was not sure.
Why do you think that Paul and Aaron and Paul's parents are seated right next to Karen Reed?
I think that was on purpose.
Why wouldn't they put her parents there?
Because I think it was on purpose.
Why?
Well, for one, they're staring at the side of her face the entire time.
Awkward.
And for two, they're in every single camera shot. So every single time they get Karen on camera, they also get Paul's mom crying. And his brother Paul looking upset. You know what I mean? I think that was absolutely done on purpose. Because you got to think, not just camera footage, but the jury. John's family is in direct line of the jury's eyes. Every time they look at Karen, they're looking at them too.
That's true too.
So I don't think it's just for television either.
You think it was just intentional? I just think if they really believe that she did this, I'm thinking how hard it would be for them to just have to sit there and stare at her.
I don't know. Maybe it's not hard. Maybe they asked.
Maybe that's what they wanted to do.
Maybe.
We did hear before, right? Remember we heard those grumblings of that John's parents wanted to sit by Karen. And everybody was like, well, they support her. There was like a whole thing about it. Like Does that mean that they're supporting her, or what does that mean?
Yeah. Oh, like on which side? Yeah. But then the sides kind of disappeared because there's really no two sides. There's just the side behind them and then the side beside them
Mm,
since they moved. Do you know what I mean? There's not normally there's a side behind the prosecutor and one behind, but also the prosecutor doesn't sit back with the defense. They sit right under Bev's nose and butthole. So, and he still can't be heard, which I don't understand. Did you notice? So, first of all, I do want to say today's testimony for me, the only person that it made look like weird to me was Jen McCabe. Some of the things that were said and shown, but uh, have you noticed that like all of Lally's witnesses, he confuses the piss out of them? Like he asks his own witnesses questions, and all of them become confused.
I was like, is he trying to be a defense attorney right now? Is he like, I want to join the winning team or something? Like, it was very weird. Some of the things that he was asking today, I was like, you do realize you're the prosecution side of this, right?
His questions are they're so poorly worded that the witnesses are like, what? Like Higgins and Albert did look like weirdos. I thought the same thing. When I saw them, I was like, what are they even doing? I mean, maybe I don't know. My first impression with that whole thing with the play fighting was you have two drunk guys full of testosterone and beer, and sure they're probably play fighting, but that's usually how drunk guy fights start. Like it's a game and it's funny until somebody gets offended, and
Until
then
somebody gets hurt, just like a mom would say.
yeah, one will hit one too hard, and then it turns into like an actual fight.
Yeah, and it's like, fuck you, no, fuck you. All right, hold on. Is there anything else on here I needed to do? Violence scene is started inside the house. Objections. Stains to sidebar. Given what you believe, did you think it could have started in the house? Could have been wherever. There was no indication that he had even been in the house. And he's like, well, that's based on Jen McCabe. And then he asked him, have you ever been lied to by a witness? Like, do you just take a witness's word for it? You ever been lied to? He's like, yes. He's like, do you feel like you need to investigate for yourself? He's like, yes. He's like, the truth of the matter, figure out who was in the house. He's like, yes. Interview the witnesses. Most obvious witnesses would be in the house, right? He's like, yes. Doesn't look at the basement. Doesn't recall seeing anything out of place. Never really made it past the foyer of the house, though, and never investigated for a fight, even though he thought it was possible a fight. And then he goes into this whole same thing about there's no probable cause to do so. And Jackson says, well, did you try to seek a search warrant? He says, nope, no probable cause. He says, why did you allowed witnesses to just go in the house? He says, yes. He says, did you tell the witnesses to stay separate? He says, no. Do you know what they did or what they talked about when they were all together? He says, no. Did you photograph anything? No. Drawings, diagrams? No. Note anything about the house or the individuals? He says, no. He literally took no notes about anything to do with that. Did you know that there was a shoe missing? He says, not until later. He doesn't really exactly remember when he found out, and says he did not search inside the home for clothes. Now, Jackson's like, well, do you think that electronics are vital to an investigation? And he says, yes. He says, did you secure any? He says, no. Did you ask to look through them? No. He interviewed Brian and Nicole in the house. Did you let any supervisor know you had a personal relationship with the Albert family? He says, no. So Jen, Brian, and Nicole all within earshot of the interviews of each other. They're all just standing there together. He came back in moments later to interview Matt. When Matt arrived at 9 a.m., they came back to talk to Jen. Brian and Nicole were standing right there within earshot. He said the crime scene was relatively secure. The crime scene tape was being blown all over the place, but they had two cruisers at 8 a.m. until 8 a.m. And then after 8 a.m., nobody was there. No crime scene tape, no nothing. Anybody could have walked over there. Anybody could have touched anything. And he says, what's tampering with the evidence mean to you? Or what's tampering mean to you? He's like, is it considered moving evidence? Is it removing evidence? Is it adding evidence? And he says yes to all of them. And he said, do you think that securing a proper crime scene would have stopped that? He says, the state police said they weren't responding, so there was no scene to preserve. Says he found the cocktail glass. They searched a 6x6, 7x7 area, same as what Gallagher said with the leaf blower. shoe, plastic, hat, 45 pieces. Any of that catch your attention? Says, nope, didn't find any of those. How about the red Solo cups? Was there? He tries to say there's no dirt or debris in snow, but he didn't. He didn't observe any in the cups along with the snow. And they talk about that they're not sterile, not supposed to use plastic. He didn't know that. He didn't tag which blood drop was from where. Talk about the evidence bag, taken to the temporary evidence, put in the fridge, labeled. Doesn't recall if he took them out of the bag or not. If in the bag, he thinks he would have had red tape. So they go through the same photos that they had already gone through with Gallagher about each different one with the rag. And ultimately, there's no crime scene tape on it. There's no evidence label on it. There's no property number on it. There's no nothing on it. And he's just like, yeah, I'm not sure. I'm not sure if there's anything there. And then Jackson's like, are you trying to tell me that you can't tell that there's nothing there? Like, it's obvious there's nothing there. So then we get redirect, and Lolly's like, okay, I don't know why, I don't know what the heck I wrote that word. I don't even know what that is. Oh, it must be just a typo. 2002, own words about what happened. He goes through the story that he was just defending himself. He would have done it for anybody. He said, did it have anything to do with your response in 2022? He says, nothing. He never saw John on the 29th. Never saw him in the ambulance. Never saw him on the ground. Never saw him at the hospital. He never saw John on the 29th. He thinks he was on the phone with Gallagher during that dash cam, but he can't be sure.
Wait. Was it Gallagher or was it him that said that he looked like he got into a fight?
He's the one who said that it looked like he got in a fight. He leaves that on the dispatch voicemail.
So how did he get that if he never saw John? It
No
wasn't
idea.
from his injury.
He said when he decided to call the CPAC because he was hearing that the injuries were pretty severe and they were worried that he might not make it. So he wanted to get CPAC out there just in case.
Yeah, but why did he think it was a fight or whatever?
I don't know. No
Like,
idea.
that had to have come from
Maybe based on what the people were telling him his injuries were, because he's getting everything from Seraph and Mulaney and Jen McCabe. So I don't know. But this was another thing I thought to myself though too, was he is the one that actually is trying to get the right people to come out there, and they just say no. Like, no, we're not coming.
Come out.
So I think I'd be even more pissed off, like if he hadn't even called anybody. You know, if he didn't call to even have anything done, they're just like, oh yeah, we're gonna take it on ourselves because we're gonna make sure we cover this whole thing up. Like, he's trying to get somebody else out there. He calls the dispatch of the CPAC to try to tell them, like, hey, this guy's probably gonna die, and we want you to come and take care of the scene. And Proctor calls back and says, no, we're not coming.
Yeah, but he didn't, like, my issue. Well, one of my issues is telling Jen McCabe that he needs to talk to the people in the house.
Right.
Or then
He
going in the house
makes
ahead
really
of him.
bad mistakes. Absolutely.
Yeah, because, you know, him saying to her, we need to go in the house and talk to the people in the house, her going in, and then there being a period of time where nobody goes in. You know, she could go in and say, this is what I said so far. This is what they were saying to me, the questions they were asking. Like, it just gave them too much of a heads. I mean, I don't know. And they kept saying, I'm surprised they didn't ask, because they kept saying when they were talking about things being in order, did it look like anything was, like anybody had been in a fight, knocked anything over, blah, blah, blah. And he said everything was in order. Like, I'm shocked that they didn't ask if it was, because first of all, I felt like it shouldn't be too clean, right? And I wondered why they didn't question if, like, it smelled like cleaning stuff.
Yeah, that's true.
Because they really had, I mean, hours.
Well, this is part, I think, is also an issue because the night before is Brian Albert Jr.'s birthday party, and he has all these friends over at the house. They are partying there. Colin's there, you know, and then the older people show up later, but they are partying at the house. There was already a party going on there, and then there's more partying happening with the older people showing up. So when he comes in and says that, like that, you know, everything I could see from the foyer, and when I was there, when I went back and I was in the kitchen, everything was in order. I'm like, what? These people are so drunk, they're butt dialing each other at 3 a.m. They don't even know what the hell's going on. They're literally passed out to the point, supposedly, that they can't wake up when there's bright lights, screaming, siren. They didn't have sirens, they had the lights on. But all this commotion out front of their house that that doesn't even wake them up because they're, asleep still. But the house looks in order? Who the fuck cleaned up the house?
I mean, I get people not wanting to wake up to a mess. Like, I get that. But then did you stay up to clean, or did you go to sleep early like you're trying to maintain that you did? Because, like, if Caitlin, like, people didn't leave till almost 2 a.m. So if the call at 2:22, you're saying that you were asleep, then you didn't clean up in 20 minutes.
That was my thought. I'm like, how is this house it just looks like it's in order, but yet you guys were all there partying until the wee hours of the morning.
The light
So
inside turned on almost immediately after both ambulance. Well,
correct.
John's ambulance was, you know what I mean? It was like they were waiting for him to be taken away.
Yeah, the light pops on pretty shortly after he leaves. Mm-hmm. Jen McCabe goes into the house. When both her sister and her brother-in-law are supposedly sleeping, she can get in the house.
Yeah.
So why didn't she get in the house earlier to get blankets or to get anything?
That I don't understand. I hope they ask her that. I hope they say you found him.
Get in.
Yeah, when you all found him and you called 911, surely 911 asked you if you had blankets. Why not run inside the house while you're on the phone to get blankets?
Right. All right. Well, we'll get past Mr. Link here. Charles Ray. You want to talk about him? It's super quick, but I thought it was really funny. Charles Ray is the one who goes to the house on Meadows Ave to check on the kids because he knows that John is in the hospital and he knows that the kids are home, so he thinks it'd be a good idea to do a wellness check. So he testifies right at the end of the day yesterday, and then he gets brought back this morning. And boy, does he drop the ball this morning. He just drops the ball on everything that Lolly had tried to get in by having him as a witness.
After leaving the jury with that picture in their minds, now it's not even in evidence that it was broken.
Right.
If it was broken.
So yesterday they show his dash cam when he pulls up to the house and Karen Reed's Lexus is in the driveway next to John O'Keefe's car. And they're trying to essentially get him to talk about the fact that you can tell that the tail light is completely busted because, the theory is that it was cracked and that they broke it when they were trying to take it out. And then they go and they place all these pieces everywhere. Right? They intentionally break it on the 29th, and that's how the pieces end up at 34 Fairview. So they're trying to show and prove this guy's dash cam is the most important thing to prove that the Commonwealth is telling the truth, that this tail light is completely busted out when he shows up at the house that morning while Karen's still at the hospital and other places. And he comes on the stand today and he says, I didn't notice it at the time, but now I look back and I can see it. I look back at this and I can see it. And that was it. That was it. That's all he needed, was that he didn't even notice at the time that her taillight was broken. He didn't notice at the time, which is all they wanted him to say, was that he did notice at the time, that he knew the taillight was broken. They almost had it in yesterday, but because she's very strict about time, he had to come back this morning, and then he fucked it all up. And to me, Yannetti was like, sweet. Thank you. No problem. Like, no cross. Have a good one. Enjoy the rest of your day, Lieutenant Charles Ray. Case closed, Perry Mason. 45 pieces. Yeah, they keep saying 45 pieces or over 40 pieces. Hold on, let me see what Sophie just sent me. Okay, she's in. Are you gonna be right back? Okay, I'll keep going. So now we're into the today stuff, which is where you jumped to before. You got to hurry up and come back then. These should be fairly quick. Anybody who has watched today, the general consensus, I don't even know if we need to go through these line by line. Essentially, this is Michael Camerano. He is a friend of John O'Keefe's. He was at his house on Friday night. They spend a lot of wasted time going through a bunch of text messages and bullshit and just stuff that wasn't necessary, but maybe it is to lay some foundation about how they know each other. I don't know. It didn't make any sense. But he's the one that both of their daughters are the same age. Well, it's not John's daughter, it's John's niece, but I constantly say, because he's like a father figure, so it's like daughter. They both gotten into this private school to go to high school, and they had played sports together, and they were friends, and so they were going to go out. They kind of went out to go celebrate. They're the ones who went to CF McCarthy's together. And so they review the footage from CF McCarthy's. They talk about Karen, and they talk about that, when he found out the next morning from his wife who was at work that John was in the hospital, he's the one who drove over to John O'Keefe's house and ends up picking up John's niece, Kaylee, and taking her back to his house with him because she was home alone. But what does it matter if Ray noticed the broken taillight the same day? Because you can't tell that the taillight is broken in that camera footage. That's why it's important. You can't actually see that the taillight is broken in that footage of his dash cam. And so they're going to let that evidence speak for itself. And now that he's saying that I had to go back and look at it, that I didn't notice it that day, then it's you're changing it goes with their whole theory, their whole theme of their defense, which is they're all making this up in order to make it be Karen. That's my opinion of that blah. That's where I'm at with it. He made me very sad. You could tell how much he really liked John and how close of friends they were. And forget when a man is going to cry, I'm going to cry. Yeah, he visibly mourning on the stand. It was so sad. And as he had to sit there and watch the video of the last night he ever saw one of his very good friends, and they had gone out and had some drinks to celebrate the girls getting into this school. I thought it was absolutely heartbreaking. And I'm like, they have to go through like that and talk like they don't, like without the emotion and everything behind it. But he's watching this interaction of him and his friend out there having a good time. And then he knows that the next morning he's going to get a phone call from his wife that he's gone. So it was very, very sad. I think that if we talk about it like in the legal sense, I don't think any of these witnesses today helped the Commonwealth whatsoever. I think that they were almost the people like a John and Aaron that were put on the stand at the beginning that were there to kind of bring like the humanity to the victim. But unfortunately for the Commonwealth, they also brought that for Karen. And I think that was that's where it became like a quote unquote win legally for the defense, in my opinion. They all loved both John and Karen. Yeah. So that's I mean, there's not too much about him other than that. He talks about that, they called they got a hold of their other friend, Kurt Roberts, which is Carrie Roberts' husband, and said that, like, you better get out here and start drinking with us, and he didn't want to. And they essentially called him a pussy and was like, don't be a pussy, get out here and have a couple drinks with us. And, he was really good friends with John. Their kids spent a lot of time together. It was very, very quick on cross. They just asked a couple of questions, nothing big. But one thing that the defense did get in with almost every one of the witnesses was, how did Karen and John seem the night of the 28th? And most every single one, like, no, they were very loving. They were kissing. They were normal. They were caring. They were loving on each other. Even when they tried to get in, like, what made John and Karen fight, it always came down to Karen spoiling the kids. Like, that seemed to be like the biggest thing they fought about. in what everybody said, including Paul and Aaron, his brother and his sister-in-law, said that they didn't like that Karen spoiled the kid, or John didn't like that Karen spoiled the kids. But Jackson makes a couple comments today like that can't, that, is spoiling kids the worst thing in the world? And they're like, no. So next is Catherine Camerano, which is Michael's wife, and she says that she's the one who gets the phone call from Karen in the morning, talking about that they can't find John, and she's trying to find. She's like, "Where's Mike? Where's Mike? Where's Mike?" Wally's awful. He's out of his depth. He's out of his depth because of the defense attorneys. They're just extremely good attorneys. I'm sure that he thinks that he's totally, he's probably got a great, I would imagine he actually probably has a very good litigation history. I really would, because he's very calm. His demeanor is very calming. And if there's a juror who likes that, I could see that they would appreciate him. But you have very smooth, very skilled defense attorneys that he's outmatched 100%. Hi, Melissa. Any of my local FKR friends here? I don't know if you have any of your local friends are here, but you definitely have some FKR friends here. Catherine was terrified. She was so nervous. I disagree. He missed the mark in bringing things up he could have so many times, and then he doesn't. It makes him look sus. I don't know. I won't say yes or no to that, Susan, until we're done, because there's certain things that he doesn't want to bring up until a certain witness. And if he doesn't bring them up at all, then maybe I will agree more. But I could see that people would like him because he's not abrasive. And some people aren't going to like that the defense attorneys are louder or, more, give more pushback, It'll also be interesting to see Lolly on cross when the defense puts their witnesses on. I think because Lolly knows the actual truth. I thought Lolly has the FBI report. Well, he should. Look at Katie. Look at the good report with the taillight and so many other things. He knows what's coming with being tied to Proctor. He needs the water as muddy as possible before that happens. Yeah, I just think that there's certain things that they're waiting for. But why would KR think Jo was with Mike? He left right after KR got to the bar because his kids got hurt. I think because they were close friends, he thought maybe he had heard from him. And she couldn't get a hold of Mike, so she got a hold of Catherine. Like maybe, John had called him the night before and was like, what's going on, brother? I'm going to, why don't you come over here and have some drinks with us? Maybe he'd heard from him at some point. As soon as I saw the taillight pick with good, I knew something was wrong with it because the defense put it out. Oh, that sounds so good. Okay, so a wife comes on. Essentially, she says the same thing about like their friendships and that the girls are very good friends. They're still very good friends to this day. The difference is that she's the one who was getting the phone calls from Karen and from Kaylee, trying to figure out where Mike is, how to get a hold of Mike, and if anybody had heard from John. This I thought was kind of sad because Alan Jackson really just asked her 2 questions, and he's just like, did you ever reach out to Karen again after that morning? And she says no. And he's like, is that because you knew that like her phone had been seized? And she said no. That she just never had reached out to her again. She didn't know that she didn't have her phone, didn't know anything about it. She just never reached out to her again. That made me kind of sad. Because then I'm like, this is where I think that they were already pushing this thing the next day and getting the family on board with that. Nope, we think Karen hit him with the car. I think they were already telling people that. Or we think that Karen killed him. Remember, Buchnick, who's telling the medical examiner the morning of the 28th, we're going to be investigating this as domestic violence. So I think they were already pushing this out there. And I think that because Paul was talking to Mike, because remember, Mike had Kaylee and had to bring her back to the house, I think they were already sharing some of that. And I think that's some of the weird feelings when Karen is at the house, that she's not comfortable there and feeling like she's not going to be able to talk to them again, and they're not really talking to her either. Carrie might have been planning it with the family at the hospital. Yeah, and I think it kind of just spread out. That's right. That's kind of how I feel about it. I'm going to wait to hear more testimony, but I've received some weird DMs lately, so I'm nervous about people's handles if I don't recognize their names. With that being said, I'm not a local Melissa, but I am a huge Officer O'Keefe KR supporter. That's why I said I think you've got quite a few FKR supporters, but I don't know how many locals. Waiting so long for this trial, and it's finally here, and now you're going to Europe? Time to cancel the trip. Cancel it. Okay, so the next one is Kurt Roberts, Carrie Roberts' husband, and he's the one that they called and said, hey, don't be a pussy, come out and have some drinks with us. So he does. He goes out to CF McCarthy's, and he's the one that they talk about that he left and did an Irish goodbye and just bounced and was there 1 minute and gone the next. He talks about, they show him the video of him at CF McCarthy's, talks about that he left before everybody else, remembers the next morning that his wife was on the phone and he could hear somebody on the other line like screaming, and his wife essentially left after telling him that John was missing. He said he didn't want her to go, but that she went anyway. And then something about, he makes this comment about Carrie, like, you know, she was in a mood. She was in a mood, like, I'm not going to deal with her when she's in a mood like that. And I'm totally misquoting it, but it was funny. We were like, ooh, wait till she hears that he says she was in a mood. Wife called, told him they had found John. The ambulance was taken him to the hospital. She told him that she was going to go pick up John's parents. On cross, Yannetti said he tells Yannetti he saw John at the bar, doesn't remember any type of puffy jacket. Saw Karen at the bar briefly, did not believe she was under the influence of anything when he saw her. He's there kind of before Karen, only a little bit of the time with Karen. Said no argument that night between Karen and John that he saw. Karen, he knows Karen because Karen would sometimes pick up his kids for sports stuff, and he thought that he would absolutely trust Karen to take care of his kids. He had no problem trusting Karen and John to take care of the kids. Redirect. This is the big thing. Like, did you ever see Karen, how Karen was behind closed doors? Because he's setting up that this, like, she's a bitch and she's done all these things behind the scenes in this tumultuous relationship. And the defense just keeps putting out, they were getting along. They were cuddling. They were loving. They were kissing. But then he just comes, well, have you seen how she was behind closed doors? And the answer is no, we only saw them in social events, of course. How would somebody else be there when you're one-on-one with your significant other when that's not possible? You know what I mean? Like, it's just weird. Those poor kids have been through hell. They've been through hell. Hi, Queen Elizabeth. Jen and Carrie pushed their narrative quick, and everyone bought it. I'm with you. So I can't wait for both of them to take the stand. Karen was sober and great, trustworthy, perfect prosecution witness, obviously. Did you see them behind closed doors, Lolly? Right. The corruption runs deep. Lolly would ruin his career if he said anything against Morrissey. That is absolutely true. As long as Morrissey is around, Lolly doesn't have any control over it. I agree with you 1,000%. Okay, so next up is the bartender from the Waterfall Bar and Grill. Her name was Rebecca Trayers. She's worked at the Waterfall Bar and Grill. She was there the night of the 28th going into the morning of the 29th. They show her video from the Waterfall. They show her some receipts, but they don't show us the receipts, so we don't really know exactly what's happening with the receipts. She knows of Chris Albert. She knows of all the other Alberts as well, from just, she'd worked there for a long time, so she knew of these people. She recognized Brian Higgins and Nicole Albert from being at the bar before. She did recognize John, too, from being there before, but not as much. She said she recognized Brian Higgins and Nicole Albert more than anybody else. Knew some of the people that night that just because they'd been in there prior. That was it. It's super easy. I don't like this is where I thought that we were going to get something about either the glass matching or we were going to get something about how much money was spent on drinks. or why they brought her in before they brought in somebody who was serving Karen over at CF McCarthy's. I was kind of confused on that. So I don't know if they still have a plan to try to bring in this matching glass, matches something from the waterfall. They did not get that out of her. They didn't get that Karen was drunk out of her. I don't know. It was kind of weird. I don't know why she was there. I don't know what her point was to being there. So on cross, she says she's worked there for 7 years, but she'd worked at other bars. She knows that the Alberts are well known in Canton. Only knows them professionally, and that means from the bar scene. She's never hung out with them personally or socially. Caitlin Albert was at the waterfall the night of the 28th. Says Brian Higgins was at the waterfall the night of the 28th. She knew of John as a prior customer. She said John was in a good mood. There was one of those receipts that now the defense shows her and says, John was a good tipper. His bill was $16.58, but the tip was $10. Would she consider that a good tip? She says yes. Did the band play Freebird? They did. So I don't know. I don't know. This isn't bartender. Make sure that nobody is overserved. She did not think that anybody was overly intoxicated. It just didn't. I was like, I don't know what the point of her is. I thought we would get in either how much was spent on alcohol for Karen, or we would get in something about the glass being from Waterfall. We didn't. They didn't do that. Are you okay, dog? The dog's over here like hacking up a lot. What they're being used as time fillers because they have no case. But don't you think that kind of loses a jury by doing that? Or maybe to bring the video of them in to show that it was Waterfall, but I think they would have been able to lay that foundation by the witnesses that were there that night with these guys. Yeah, tell us where the glass is from. If you work in food service, I crack the fuck up. I don't know if he only had one round there or if he had two. I don't know how many drinks he had there. Did it say they only had one? Oh, that's cheap for Massachusetts. So apparently you do think he only had one. It was interesting that she said John didn't pay for Karen's, or it came off that way. Well, right, because if Karen did have a drink while she was there and his bill is $16, is that one drink for each of them? But then, like Melissa, who's from around there, says, no, that's cheap for one drink. I think the point of the glass being from the bar shows that if he'd gone into the house with this glass, the glass would have still been in the house. If you go with the defense's theory of this fight, the glass wouldn't be outside with John because they would have beat him up and had to carry him out there. They're not carrying out the glass too. Is kind of the whole thing. So it's to help Lolly prove the timeline of when he thinks that she hit him. None of the witnesses today didn't do anything for the Commonwealth. They didn't. I agree with you, Mama Kay. Right. Like he should just stick to the major things that he needed to bring in. But I don't know. Maybe he's laying this down for something else that he's still got planned. I don't know. I'm gonna still give him the benefit of the doubt until the state rests their case, or the Commonwealth rests their case, I guess. This is. I'm not even gonna go through all of this. This is essentially a gentleman named Nick. Him and his wife both end up testifying. Their daughters played their younger daughter plays basketball with Kaylee, John's niece, but they were at their older daughter's basketball game that night, who also plays with one of Jen and Matt McCabe's kids. And so they were hanging out. They all decided they were going to go out to the waterfall because Nick hadn't had any food. He wanted to go too. Chris, Julie, Brian. So Chris and Julie, husband and wife. Brian and Nicole, husband and wife, were already at the waterfall. His wife ended up meeting him there. He knew John through his kids, because they played sports together and hung out together and they were friends. he said John was drinking beer. This was interesting to me because he says John was drinking beer, and that was the consensus of what John was drinking over at CF McCarthy's too. It was beer, but beer doesn't come in a cocktail glass. So, and he said Karen had a drink with clear liquid in it. He saw no arguing between Karen and John. He said John was wearing jeans, sneakers, a baseball cap. He did not see John with a jacket. He did hear them talking about either going over to the pizza place, but then Chris said, no, you're not going to the pizza place, not doing that. And so they ended up talking about going to Brian's house, 34 Fairview, and he didn't want to do that. His wife didn't want to do that. They were going to go home. When they left, it had just started snowing because we know you have to get a weather report from every single witness that takes the stand. And he's shown the video inside the waterfall. No, really nothing, not a big deal. It's just he was there. He was there with them that night and goes to talking about that they were both drinking. On cross, talks about that he met Karen in 2020. He knew them because of the kids. This seems to be a point of contention for the Commonwealth. They did not want this elaborate birthday party that Karen had planned coming into evidence, or coming into the questioning, which ultimately it does. I don't think they wanted them to be able to talk about like Karen doing things for the kids, but it kind of goes to the whole point of what they say John was upset with her most of the time for, was spoiling the kids. Here she is planning some elaborate 13th birthday party for her boyfriend's niece. I mean, that's not somebody who's like, doesn't like being part of this family, this, familial unit in this relationship. It's just not. She's not doing that for funsies. You know what I mean? She would just show up instead. He said that he had no problem leaving his kids with her. He dropped either him or his wife had dropped their daughter off for this birthday party. Said they were a normal, loving couple. He never really questioned their relationship. They always got along every time he saw them. He knew that John was happy to rekindle the relationship with Karen when he had gotten back in contact with her. So he knew they dated before, and he knew that they were that John was happy about getting back together. So Karen was singing John's praises. Yes, Karen was singing John's praises. Lolly doesn't like that. Lolly objects, and it ends up stricken from the record. John had said that he and Karen were planning future vacations. This goes against the Commonwealth saying that John was trying to break up with Karen. Now, he said that John and Karen were affectionate with each other. They were very loving on the night of the 28th, to the point that it made his wife go, why aren't we like that? How come you don't love on me like they're loving on each other? So it was obviously something that was noticeable to the crowd that they were, obviously they were getting along. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. They were getting along. It's just how it goes. Is it right that the belt was never recovered? According to the trial right now, we don't even know there is a belt. Nobody has testified about anything to do with a belt. Now, if we talk about what we know from before, there's supposedly a missing belt. But as of the trial itself, no belt has been mentioned one way or the other. When they show the video with the pharmacist, it is. I'm gonna show that video. I actually have it up, but I'm gonna show it when I get to her. So give me 1 second. I'll show that. Serendipity. Wow, I missed a lot. I will have to go back. Yeah, we're rounding the end of today, so we are. Yeah, we definitely have. You can see the belt in today's video. Oh, you can? I didn't even look for that. Let me see. John and Karen were affectionate. Not, this is when they go into this video from the Waterfall Bar and Grill that two people were like play fighting. He says he doesn't see it. They show him the video to try to like help. Like, do you remember this? But he'd also been drinking. He went out to, he was out there. He was having a good time. He was enjoying himself. He was drinking. Maybe he just doesn't remember. It wasn't that big of a deal. It was very common. Who knows? He didn't remember it. But they show him the video, and it's actually Brian Albert and Brian Higgins, and they're like play fighting and like pushing on each other. This could go either way. And Sleuthie and I kind of talked about it earlier, and since she's not coming back, I'm going to repeat kind of what she said. A lot of the times that this is kind of what happens. The guys will start to kind of, roughhouse until somebody gets hurt, and then it can turn into an actual fight. And so that's the point that the defense is trying to make, that it's very possible, that they were already gearing up for just roughhousing and something happening. He doesn't remember the play fighting, though, even though you can see him and he sees himself on camera watching them doing this play fighting. But he just doesn't remember it. So on redirect, they talk about that he only saw, here we go. I think Clara mentioned you. That's how I found you. Great coverage. Well, thanks, Melissa. I do enjoy Will. Him and his little videos cracks me up. Even though he told people to come over here because of Sleuthy. I'm just joking. No, he's good. He's a good guy. I've known Blair for quite a while now. Saw what John and Karen portrayed in public. He goes back to that whole bullshit of you don't know what happened behind closed doors. You only know what they showed you in public. Yeah, Lolly, you too. They didn't discuss their relationships with each other, but they obviously did somewhat because he did say on cross-examination that he knew that John was very happy to be rekindling this relationship with Karen back in 2020. So he does know that. So they did talk somewhat about their relationships. I don't know, that was kind of weird. The play fighting was not memorable. He did see himself laugh, but he doesn't remember it. Just how it is. So then recross, Jackson comes back up and he said, first they sidebar, and then he ends up getting it in this way because he's like, at a prior hearing, you testified that John was singing, or that Karen was singing John's praises about how John sacrificed his life to raise the kids and how great he was, and just how much she loved him for doing that. And he says, yes, I did. So because they had pulled up that he had already testified to this at another hearing, then it came in. So because remember, up here they objected to it and was stricken from the record. I know, me too, Melissa. But what time is it? What time of day is it? I can't watch as I was. Lolly is going to get the kids to say they were fighting all the time at home. Well, I think Lolly was trying to get these people to say things like that too. I really do. And it didn't work out for him. And that's when he starts resorting to this whole, well, you only saw what they wanted you to see. That shit. So Nick's wife, Karina, ends up testifying and talks about that she was at work. She went to the basketball games. She actually went home after the basketball game, and her kids were like, hey, Dad's out like by himself. Like, he wants you to come and hang out with him. You don't ever go out. Like, you should go. So she says she does end up like giving in and going out. She wasn't actually going to stay there very long. She was just going to go hang out with him while he ate, so he wasn't like alone with all these other couples. Because everybody else is in a couple. You got Chris and Julie. You've got Brian and Nicole, Matt and Jennifer. They're all in couples, and then here's her husband, who's just like, hey, I'm here by myself. I got nobody. So she does end up going out, and then she says that she was actually getting ready to leave when John and Karen arrived. And so she actually felt better because she knew them. She knew them better than she knew anybody else, because they didn't really know Chris and Julie. They didn't really know Brian and Nicole. They obviously knew Jen and Matt from just the girls' basketball games and things like that. But they didn't really know anybody else. So she said she was happy when John and Karen arrived. So she ends up actually hanging out with Karen and Jen for the majority of the time that she's there. She said John told her that he was very happy that that Kaylee had been accepted into this school for high school. She said John was wearing a baseball hat, jeans, sneakers, did not have a jacket on, and he had a light hoodie-ish type shirt. She didn't see anything out of the ordinary. John was drinking beer. Here's another one. John was drinking beer. They all keep testifying on direct that John was drinking beer all night. John was drinking beer. John was drinking beer. John bought beer. John bought a round of beer. Karen was drinking a clear liquid in a glass. She didn't know what it was. What's up, Dean? And then it comes back in that Karen said how much she admired John, that she did mention she wanted to spend more time with him because they were constantly with the kids. And I don't know anybody who has kids who doesn't think that. But she did say that they were planning a trip, for the future, and so that she was excited to be able to go on this trip with him. And she remembers that at the end of the night, the group was talking about where to go, whether they're going to go to the pizza place, where they're going to go somewhere else. Lolly just really wants her to say that Karen was wanting to go wherever the group was going. She at that time was not planning on going home. She wanted to go where everybody else was going. Yeah, they were all drinking Bud Light, Mama Kay. Lots of Bud Light. Which I think is funny since they're calling the one guy a pussy and then they're all out there drinking a bunch of Bud Light. But whatever. I was like, okay. Pizza place. So yeah, so the biggest thing for that was that he just really wanted her to say, like, Karen was willing to go. She wanted to go. She had no plans to go home. She was going out. She said she told her husband, we're not going. We're going home. Well, she'd worked all day, gone to these basketball games. She was done. She was like, I was ready to go to bed. I was putting my pajamas on, and I was like, we are not going somewhere else. It is after midnight. I want to go home, and I want to go to bed. So she said the three women walked out of the bar together, and Jen was telling Karen, like, you're coming with me. You're coming with me, Karen. You're coming with me. But she said ultimately Karen was leaving with John. And so they go over the waterfall footage. On cross, Jackson goes into the statement that she made about admiring John and how much she was always complimenting him, although they wanted to have more time together. They had the trip planned. They go back over the fact that Jen says to Karen, you're coming with me. You're coming with me. And that Karen does not go with Jen. So redirect says, you never talked to John about his private life. And she's like, no, we didn't talk about our private lives very much. And he's like, you only saw what they, another typo, you only saw what they portrayed publicly. And she's like, well, yeah. Once again, I'm like, he's really pushing that. And so Jackson comes up and he says, but that night when you were out with them, you said they were lovey-dovey, right? And she says, yes, I did. Like, that is exactly what it was. They were lovey-dovey. To the point where she tells her husband, I want you to be like that with me. Or why aren't you like that with me? So here, I'm backing up. No, don't do that.
There is a 13-minute and 2-second call outgoing from 0143.
You could play it from this point till 12:11 in 4 seconds.
Hold on. Let me get back to where I was now. Apparently, I'm going to take you guys to the Chad Daybell trial.
Waterfall Bar and 34 Fairview would be maybe Waterfall Bar and Mr. O'Keefe.
One.
Okay, so I don't know why
And
with her on the stand that he doesn't talk about this glass. I don't know why he leaves it out. He easily could have talked about, like, do you see something in John's
And then
hand?
my husband is right there,
That would have been
Nicholas.
objected to?
And I don't know if that's
Okay, right here.
Jennifer McCabe.
So the three of them
that's
are walking
me,
out.
And that's
Three of them are walking out right here. So she talks about that. So here's your three girls walk out together first. The guys are like hanging back and like helping the band or talking to the band, she said. And then here's John right here. You can see him. And you, oh, I'm going to go back. So he's talking to this person. You see he picks up right here. He picks that glass up and takes a drink of it. That's not a beer. It's not a tall boy. And here he goes walking out. And he's still got it in his hand. I can't tell how big the glass is from that angle. I haven't caught up on Daybell from today yet. Very complicated with all these cases at the same time. But he is walking out right there. You go back. So you see him over here. Takes the drink. Looks like a short glass from the way he's holding it and how it goes up to his face. And then he looks around and he's like, all right, I guess I'm going to go out. And then he walks out with the glass in his hand. But Lolly doesn't bring that up. He's playing this video for her, but he doesn't actually bring up, you know, do you see John? Do you see John holding anything? Do you see, what do you see in this picture? It's looking like a highball glass to me. Really? Let me go back a little. We'll go back. I don't have it where I can zoom in because I don't have it in my editor, so it's just on YouTube. All right, let me play it. Nope, I'll go back a little bit more. Right here, where he picks it up. See, it looks short because of how he's holding it. But when he's walking over here, it's really kind of hard to tell. Like, is it short or is it longer? I don't know. I can't tell. But my bigger question is, why do we think that he didn't say anything about it? Like, this is just something like people watching noticed. I mean, obviously this clip is in evidence now. The jury can see it. They could go back and watch it if they want to, but he doesn't bring any attention to it. And I thought that was really weird. It's more important to him to say, like, you don't know what they did behind closed doors kind of questions. There might be a reason he didn't bring it in with her. I don't know why, though. So, hey, Josh girl. My only question is, this last lady's testimony contradicts Karen's on the TV interview. She said she was not extended an invite, but this lady says Jen did invite Karen. Oh, I think it's weird because I don't know if it was the ladies or her husband. I don't know if it was Nick or Karina's testimony, but one of them said that like it was kind of like a group thing. They were all kind of talking about like where they were going to go, like what they were going to do next. But I also think that Karen was drinking, and I don't know if she quite remembers whether she was invited or not. And I think it is possible that she was not comfortable at that point. One, because, you know, Higgins is at the bar and texting her like, what's going on? We haven't got to that in the trial yet, but we know that as the public that he's texting her like, oh, what's going on? Like, what's up? So maybe she realizes she doesn't want to go there. But like I said, I think she's intoxicated. I'm not even sure what she really remembers. Or maybe there's not a specific like invite to her where she feels like she should go. From my point of her interview, or from my perspective of her interview, it was like John was going to go in and just make sure that it was cool that we were there, and then he would like let me know. And then she was like, "Nah, I'm just going to go home." I think a lot of people don't remember that night. Yeah, I don't know. I don't think she remembers all the things. Why would she go back to Waterfall if she remembered dropping him off at Fairview? The husband says that it wasn't really an invite. It was just like an expected right. I'm thinking that's probably how Karen would have assumed. Like, I don't know. Like, are we supposed to go? And I'm sure it was probably pretty awkward when you have three couples that are there that are all related to each other. And if they're talking about like their plans after, do you think it includes you? Are you not sure it includes you? John wouldn't have let her drive if she couldn't. I think that, okay, all the people who testified today, except for Karina, she's the only one. Everybody else who testified today was at a bar drinking and drove home. I don't know if anybody else noticed that. They were all at a bar drinking on the 28th and all drove home, except for Karina. Yeah, I think it was like not a direct invite. That's what I think of it too. I think she couldn't remember how to get to Fairview, so she went to Waterfall to retrace her drive. Ooh, that's possible, because she did get kind of lost before. That's a good point. Like, I have friends' houses that are the expected place to go after a dinner going to the bar if you want to still hang out. But you know those are your friends, and you know those people, and you know that you're expected to go there. They'd apparently never been there before. So they didn't, I don't know. I could just see that it could become awkward. Like if you have these three couples that are all related to it. Julie and Chris had already left though. So I don't know if they were still, I don't know when the conversation had started happening. I don't know if you'd be under the legal limit. It depends. He got what? The one guy said he was there for about an hour and had like 6 beers. Personally, I hate after parties and partying, but I know lots of people who would behave like them. And you're young, so I'm surprised that you hate it. Back before kids, that would have been all me. If I'd been at the bar drinking and the bar shut down and I couldn't get any more alcohol, I'd been like, where are we going to get drinks? What's next? I would have been texting Jen McCabe just like John was. Where are we headed? What are we doing? Yeah, was it like 10 beers after 1.5 hours? It was something crazy. I was done with my drinking days at 19. I was done with my drinking days when I had kids. But man, I would have definitely wanted to know where the after party was. Let me see. Yeah, they got lost on the way there. I don't know. That's what I could see that would be awkward and not knowing, and then John's like, no, we were totally invited. But then he's texting her and she's like giving directions, but it's not her house. So I can see some awkwardness in all of that. And then does that turn into an argument? Because you also have the one firefighter who said that she said the last time that they had a conversation that they had argued, but nobody clarified whether it was text messages, whether it was whatever. So it could have been when she was like leaving him these voicemails yelling at him. And now she's like, he's out there dying and I'm over here leaving messages screaming at him. I don't know. I don't know. But we have testimony tomorrow. Looks like we're going to start to see some more of the Alberts getting on the stand, whether it's Chris, Julie, Caitlin. Half a day tomorrow. We have, as far as I know, we still have trial on Friday. If we don't, I'm sure we'll know after tomorrow. But I'm pretty sure we do from what I looked at last night. Now I don't want to say because now I'm like, ah. Oh, I don't know if he did. I think that according to Lolly he did, but we don't know that for fact, I don't think. That's what I was wondering too. I was like, maybe this is like a Massachusetts thing. Like, why are bars shutting down at 12 o'clock? Out here it's still 2, I think. I don't know. Maybe it isn't. I haven't been to a bar and I couldn't tell you how long. It was Friday going into Saturday, I believe. Here, I'll tell you right now. I'm almost positive it was Friday going into Saturday because they all worked on Friday. Yeah, Friday going into Saturday. She called him like 50 times. I'm thinking that might be what she was talking about. I was drinking 12 years ago, never ended well. I could have lots of stories. Lots and lots of stories. But we'll see what tomorrow brings. Tomorrow should definitely be more interesting than today. Today was, I think, like I said earlier, I think it gave a lot of personality and humanity to both John and Karen. Well, it's a Massachusetts thing due to the blue laws. But tomorrow I think we're going to get, it can't be more boring. No. Well, it could be some of Chad Daybell's trial because that trial's pretty boring. Boring isn't the right word. I shouldn't say that. It's not boring. It's very monotone until Pryor likes to make his little comments. But I'm going to wrap it up. I thank you guys for being here. We're now 4.5 hours for 3 days of testimony. I've got to do better. At least it's not 7. I know. Your yawning is changed. Sorry. I got to go pick up the daughter from the gymnastics. But we will be back. I'll be back tomorrow on Delphi if you guys are interested in Delphi, which I know most of you are. I will be back tomorrow covering Delphi documents. And but I will be back this weekend to cover Thursday and Friday of Karen Reed's trial. So we'll do another little mini recap, see what we think of testimony, who's credible, who isn't, and the who's who and the what's what of the Karen Reed case. So like I always tell you guys, I thank you guys for being here. I absolutely appreciate you guys. Like I said, 4.5 hours. Some of you guys have been here the whole time. Some of you will end up on replay. I thank everybody who's on replay too. All of you who showed up late. All of you who are just watching and not commenting. I appreciate you regardless of your comments or not. Just know, I know that you guys have thousands of other places that you could spend your time, and yet you still choose to spend your time here with me. And it's extremely humbling, number one, and I'm extremely grateful for each and every one of you. So go enjoy the rest of your Wednesday. Some places it's probably already Thursday, and I'll see you guys tomorrow. Have a good one.
Do you dare to follow me down? Head into the unknown. Down the rabbit hole. Where it stops, no